Gut. Good morning and welcome to the European House in Berlin. My name is Nikolaus van Peter, and I'm welcoming you on behalf of Jörg Wojan, the representative of the European Commission in Germany, who sends you his best regards. The European Commission is very happy to host this third day of this fabulous event, as we did in previous years. And there is a simple reason for this. It is called Pencho Kutsev. Pencho, year after year, you deliver what you promise, a European Data Summit. You bring together the foremost experts in the field of data. You stay true to the European perspective, and you explore the issue of data from all possible angles, and all of this with a rather small team, yourself. It is really impressive, and I believe it is high time to thank you for your tireless effort in facilitating debates about European data issues. And I'm sure that people behind their screens are now clapping their hands. We as the European Commission very much depend on people like you, Pencho, in particular in an area that is as complex and rapidly evolving as data. Because we want to get it right, and we cannot do it with a top-down approach. For good reason, our approach to data relies on cooperation, on sharing, on trust. So we need fora like the one you have created with the European Data Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the European Commission is in the midst of a reflection process on how to increase access to and further use of data, so that more public and private actors can benefit from techniques such as big data and machine learning. In the essence, it's about ensuring fairness in the allocation of economic value among actors of the data economy. We have consulted widely on a NEAR initiative that the Commission Work Programme for 2021 refers to as the Data Act. We have outlined the issues we may want to tackle with the initiative in a document that you can find online if you search for Have You Say and Data Act. These issues include clearer rules on business-to-business access to and sharing of data, both non-personal and personal, a greater use of privately held data by the public sector, fairer and more competitive markets for data processing services such as cloud computing, a greater adoption of smart contracts, and safeguards for non-personal data in international contexts. These horizontal rules the initiative will propose are supposed to complement the Data Governance Act and may be seconded by initiatives for sectoral data spaces or for data access and use in specific sectors or markets such as vehicle data. The initiative was announced for the third quarter of 2021, but you should not expect it before the end of this year, but rather next year. So discussions today may well have an impact on shaping the proposal. Many thanks to all of you for tuning in, to you, Pencho, again, and to our speakers. I'm now wishing all of us a very fruitful debate this morning, and I'm handing back to you, Pencho. Many thanks.
Thanks for the pleasant words, dear Nikolaus. This event is basically only possible thanks to your great collaboration. This summit couldn't be European without the support from the representation of the European Commission in Berlin. Many thanks. So, also from me, welcome to the third day of the European Data Summit. Without further ado, I would like to invite Axel Voss, the member of the European Parliament representing the European People's Party, for his keynote. Axel is a prominent voice when it comes to digital policy in Europe. He has recently published a prominent paper advocating for a new approach in the field of general data protection regulation, as well as papers regarding and addressing the European data and digital sovereignty. I hope that Mr. Voss is with us. Are you listening to us? Live from Bonn, I guess, or from Brussels.
Yes, still in Brussels.
Still in Brussels. Dear Axel, I've already mentioned that in the beginning of the year you have published your manifesto addressing some crucial issues when it comes to the European data and digital sovereignty. It would be greatest pleasure if you could describe a bit what was your motivation to write the paper and what was the feedback that you received in the meantime?
Yeah, very good. Thanks a lot. And once again, good morning to everyone. So the digital age is changing a lot in our day-by-day lives. And the digital transformation, of course, continues to have a strong impact and has led to radical changes in almost every part of Europe's economy and society. And despite of our ambition to remain competitive at the global level, so we are failing more and more behind the digital world. And so if you're looking to the ranking of companies so far, we have 8 European companies under 200 companies, and the most is taking place outside Europe. And we do not have these operating systems, the browser, social media networking, messaging services, and search engine, and so on. And that's why I was asking myself a bit what we have to do to survive in a digital age as Europe in a whole. And this scenario, so from my point of view, calls for urgently comprehensive, consistent and horizontal digital policy agenda. And and this concept also should, or this idea should also start with the idea of digital sovereignty. So a European way of digitization, which contrasts with the US, American or Chinese approach. And that this is human-centered, this is value-orientated and based on the concept of the social market economy. So from my point of view, it would create a digital environment for individual determination on legally guaranteed personal freedom, while at the same time reducing our dependency on foreign hardware, software, and services. And then if you're asking yourself what we have to do to survive in the digital age and also to become a leader in some digital aspects, then you have to acknowledge somehow that we have to be more ambitious. Ambitious also in, at first, political will. And probably there's a kind of changing of mindset necessary, because our national politicians are thinking probably not how I'm seeing this in this European-wide dimension, not in this dimension of being a good competitor to the other regions in the world. And this is already a kind of a failure, that we do not have this strong will to survive in a digital world. Everybody is saying this, but we need a kind of a execution strategy. And this is totally lacking. And from my point of view, unfortunately, I have to say this, we do not have European leadership at all in this question. We are regulating some aspects to have a kind of a better start, but we are not having a kind of a concept for this execution of these ideas, and we do not have then setting or have set already priorities. So what we would like to have to be leading on in, and this is a kind of a failure, I would say, not to prioritize, not to be more strict in executing these things. If we are looking, for instance, to the semiconductor situation right now, we have to admit, so we are totally dependent so far, and the idea is correct, and this has done the European Commission already, I think in January this year, or last year, I can't remember. I think this year, this digital compass or digital decade. But the idea of being more independent, for instance, of semiconductors, has not led to a situation where we are saying, oh yes, we are taking also 50 billion euros in our hands and building a kind of a manufacturing plan so far. So this is something I'm missing. We won't succeed in just regulating the Digital Services Act or the Digital Market Act. Yes, this is important to do, but it's not leading to a leading position. And then we are coming to the situation of artificial intelligence. This artificial intelligence is a kind of a strategic, relevant new technology, of not that new technology, but it's a technology where we have to succeed. Otherwise, we won't compete, or we get more and more dependent. And that's why I would say, and here we have this, if you're leading in AI, then you can lead the world. But if you're not doing this, you totally won't succeed. And this is probably what we haven't understood also on the highest level of politicians. And this is why I'm desperately asking for more action all the time. But coming back to this digital manifesto, so the key components of this new digital agenda, from my point of view, is that Europe has to be united in a way. So we have to join forces if we would like to scale up also to other regions. We need this change of mindsetting. We need European projects. And here you can think about of AI, and this is a must from my point of view, but also coming forward in prioritizing if this is the self-driving car or 3D printing, blockchain, if this is smart tech, smart farming or green tech, and so on. This is what we should choose at the end. And here we could also achieve a kind of a digital sovereignty by this introducing a European way towards increasingly digitalized world, in particular by developing a strategic digital agenda that includes large investments as well as close cooperation with the private sector in a range of digital flagship areas. And our objective here should be to become less dependent on these non-European technologies and services, while also establishing sound ethical, technological, and security standards for those parts we cannot produce ourselves. And a second step then would be we need to advance to a digital single market. And I mean a kind of a real digital single market. And if this would include also civil rights aspects or aspects of civil law, then also member states should give up towards a kind of a European approach on all of these. Then we have a good starting point in saying we are coming with one digital single market and not a fragmented one. And so this would be a kind of a second point of these. And therefore, also, we need to change the way of our political processes and governmental systems. So making legislative procedures more effective by introducing, let's say, a kind of an e-governance service on a large scale and better safeguarding also our citizens and democratic systems. Therefore, we need more flexibility. As far as I'm seeing the situation right now, because we have now AI in place, all central-orientated states or systems, and also especially the authoritarian regimes, they have now a kind of an advantage. Last century, this hasn't been the case. There has been democratic states in a kind of a better position because they could analyze data better in different different areas. But now we have the totally reverse situation that centralized data, all this information might now be analyzed. And here we have to do something. If we do not want to be centralized, we have to be more flexible in our democratic processes, not to stand still in a way, or we are waiting till the problem is occurring and then we are trying afterwards to regulate. So this is not really working because you are creating already monopolies and so on. That's why we are, or I am very much supporting this idea of a digital euro. If we are leaving this once again to others, especially a private company, then we will be taken over by these and our whole bank system might be taken over. And this is what we should avoid, but we should act more future orientated today. And also when we are discussing today, or we are not discussing so far, but if we are hearing that one big company would like to install a kind of emerging virtual and reality in a way, so metaverse, then we should act today in saying how we would like to see it. Otherwise, this will again a place where you might have child pornography, or you might have organized crime, and here we should install already some safeguards that this is not happening again, that we can't control at the end the communication place in a way. So you see, there is a lot of what we should do, being more flexible. Either we can create a kind of infrastructure where we can decentralized data and processing these in a way as how you are having also a centralized place, or we are achieving also a kind of a more flexible legislator in a way that if there is an upcoming problem, we should immediately react and say how we would like to have regulate this. So, and here we are finding otherwise ourselves that the European values will not be taken on board in the beginning of a new kind of process. And this is what we shouldn't have in mind. But we have to be open also for more balancing different fundamental rights, but also rethinking, from my point of view, the GDPR. So far, if you're coming here to the European level of GDPR, everyone is saying, oh, we created a gold standard and we can't touch these and we won't touch these and so on. But this is not what I would consider as a flexible legislator, because we are seeing already problems with the GDPR. And I can't understand why we are not fixing these problems. And this doesn't mean we have to open totally the GDPR, but we can specifically change some issues to improve the situation. And here also, then one day we have to think about if kind of a concept of the GDPR, like data minimization, like deletion of data, and like using data only for one purpose is the right approach in a data-driven world. So this means at the end also throwing away resources, and data minimization for AI issues is totally the wrong concept, because you will get a better result out of these algorithms if you're training them with a massively and a lot of data. So this is what I have in mind, and I'm talking now too long, I'm sorry, but I think we have to change ourselves and especially our mindsets. We have to question some the principles of what we are seeing as a principles in that we are readjusting these in a way. And of course, the preconditions of everything what is digital should be in place, let me say, at the end of 24 or so on. Otherwise, this won't happen. So these preconditions, and here I mean we need a lot of money. We need the infrastructure installed with non-spying devices in it. We need to have also the how do you call this, the investments for venture capital, so also for supporting startups and so on, and to create ideas. We have to avoid the killer acquisitions that everyone, what we are doing here in Europe is then sold to the Americans or to the US or the big companies. And also we have to probably rethink our competition law and antitrust law, because the scope of thinking national-wide as a market is probably not the right way forward. We have to give a kind of a way forward for emerging companies to scale up, to be also present, to come to global companies also, and here probably also to get a kind of a booster situation for the digital economy, also to rethink some of these procurement issues and also the subsidized issues. Otherwise, we won't compete any longer with the others. And then, as a result, if we are not being more active here, we will be a kind of a digital colony at the end, and where we are totally dependent. And this is what we should avoid. We have the talents, we have the resources, but this needs to have also a concept in coming forward on a European level with European projects. And this shouldn't take too much time, because time and speed is already a kind of a factor. And if we are not creating here more incentives and innovation in the next 3 to 5 years, I would say the window might be closed and the dependency is growing, and this is what we should avoid. Thanks a lot for your patience. I hope I haven't been too long.
Not at all. Dear Axel, thank you very much for your clear words. You have painted quite complex picture, but let's be optimistic. And I would suggest let's first listen to Francesca Sbria keynote and then talk together in a couple of minutes. So please stay with us. Now I'd like to introduce Francesca Bria, the president of the Italian Innovation Fund and the former city of Barcelona. Needless to introduce her, she is involved in many European projects, and she is one of the most prominent voices when it comes to the debate regarding data and digital sovereignty in Europe. Dear Francesca, are you with us?
Yes, and can you see me? Yes.
Yes, perfect.
Hi. It's great to be with you. I'm not sure if I need to operate the slides from my side or you do it from your side.
You're just going to tell us and we're going to do it here.
Okay, perfect. And then I tell you next.
Exactly.
Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay, I'm not sure. I hope it's going to work well. Well, first of all, just let me say I'm really pleased to speak after Mr. Voss, because I very much agree with the picture he has painted. So he said a lot of things, and I think he also spoke with urgency and invite Europe to take the lead and be ambitious, which I think it's one of the main points that we have to realize, that we need a pan-European strategy, a digital industrial strategy, which is ambitious not only at a regulatory level. So as we know, Europe is seen as a regulatory superpower of the digital age. And I think we are advancing very much in regulatory issues when it comes to antitrust, to digital taxation, to the GDPR, but also to the regulation of the gig economy and many other regulatory issues. But I think we need to realize that this is not enough. And we need to take back European digital sovereignty by competing exactly with the other superpower, which is the US and China, on technological and scientific innovation, but doing that in the European way. So we need to put forward a European digital sovereignty model that is aligned with our fundamental values, principles, and missions. And I think this is mainly to preserve citizens' fundamental rights, but also to put the digital revolution at the service of the big challenges that we're facing in society. First of all, decarbonization and the climate crisis. So to give it a direction. You can start with the slides. So I'm gonna paint a little bit more in the first part of my presentation. You can go to the next slide. What is wrong with the situation we have now? And then I'm gonna move into a propositive agenda, which is a roadmap of what we can do, in particular when it comes to data democracy, democratizing data and putting data at the service of people and society. So as I said before, I think we are seeing also in the pandemic a sort of like a sudden digitization of many aspects of our life. And we realized, I think, very rapidly, while before digitization is a word that pertains in the technology expert area, sidely everybody from the smart working to distance education to digital healthcare system to a strong use of food delivery platforms and so on became much more digital in Europe. And we realized that digital infrastructures today are critical infrastructures of our society on which essential services depend upon: work, healthcare, education, food delivery. So this makes the topic very, very important. And also if we see that artificial intelligence, massive computation, robotization, and automation, which are the big trends of this robot economy, they present many opportunities, but also new forms of power, and they consume enormous resources. So I think the big question is if digitization will exacerbate the crisis and the problems we are seeing today, or it will help us to lay the foundations for a renewal of our society. And I think the point here is that it's not enough to just accelerate digitization. We must give it a direction, which is exactly this digital sovereignty and achieving through digital technology both social and environmental sustainability. So the Green Digital Deal. Next. If we look at some of the main problems that we see today with the digital economy, we see a corporate monopoly power and an industrial concentration that it was not experienced before. And also, as it was said before, an external dependence on critical infrastructure. Just a few data for the big tech, the pandemic has been a shock, but unless like the rest of the economy, it wasn't a negative shock, but a positive shock. So the GAFAM, Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, and Microsoft, and the Chinese equivalent, Baidu, Tencent, Alibaba, and Huawei, have an overall stock market value of more than 8 to 9 trillion US dollars. And the US tech stocks are today worth more than the entire European stock market. So in fact, the big tech today, they are not just driving the market, they are the market. And if 5 companies own the digital economy, can it really work for all of us? So we really need to avoid that this concentration of power in the digital economy is going to increase. So we need a very strong intervention here. Next. So if we look at the platforms and the big platforms, so one of the main issues is that the platform economy is increasingly based on intangible assets, such as data and intellectual property, rather than physical infrastructures. And they manage to take advantage of a distributed supply and value chain, and they rapidly enter all sectors of the economy, and they can move from one sector to the other. So for example, Alphabet is able to move from search engine optimization to robotics, to autonomous cars, to biotech. And for example, Amazon can move from e-commerce to cloud computing to healthcare. So this poses a lot of challenges to antitrust, of course, and to competition law. But also it is clear that wealth in this changed economic landscape will need to be captured and shared in new ways. Next. I think that it was also mentioned by Mr. Voss before, one important trend is the rise of cryptocurrencies and digital payment system. I mean, this is just one example of the important trends we are seeing. And this has a very strategic value because it means that and they are these technologies which are deployed, in particular digital payment system and cryptocurrencies, smart contracts, which are, by the way, deployed by all the big tech players, are creating an indissoluble link between people's digital identity, their personal data, and the payment system, and all the different online services. And also, if we look at Bitcoin this year, in this market euphoria, it has reached a new high, exceeding the threshold of 1 trillion US dollars for the first time in history. So here we have also central banks, which obviously are prompted to act quickly on one time to regulate the phenomenon, but also to ride the wave with the transition to digital currencies issued by central banks. So for example, the digital euro. And we have seen over 60 countries that are experimented with national digital currencies. I think this area we will have to look very closely. Next. I think just to mention another question, which is going to be very important also today, but in the future, is algorithmic regulation. At the moment, we are seeing how this is important in the gig economy to understand the impact on algorithms, for example, on Airbnb, and the impact on affordable housing and cities. Same thing with Uber and how their algorithms and business models are impacting, for example, public transportation systems. But also, they have a very strong impact on employment and the status of work, so on workers' rights, and unions on collective bargaining. So more and more understanding algorithms and making sure they're accountable and transparent and they can be regulated, it's going to be very important for the whole economy, and it will have a strong impact in all sectors of society. Next. So data, at the end, what is the business model of this digital economy? And as we saw before, data is the raw material of the digital economy, is becoming the most valuable commodity in the world. And many industries are counting on AI and data to drive growth in the next years. We count that machine learning will increase the return on investment around 10 to 30%. And for example, Tim Cook talks about the digital economy as a data industrial complex. So what is the real big tech are monetizing is actually extracting data and monetizing the data that we produce. Next slide. So some economists are talking about data extractivism, which of course the metaphor is with oil, because only a few companies here, as you can see, are able to extract this data and train their artificial intelligence algorithms, and then to create the kind of predictive services that are made with data. So data fuels AI, and then AI can create all these new services that we need. Next. So next, Shoshana Zuboff, which is the Harvard Business School professor, talks about surveillance capitalism. If you haven't read this book, I think it's very important to understand the business model of the digital economy, which sees the manipulation and monetization of personal information and data and the profiling of social behavior as the core of the business model of platforms. I think this is one of the main problems that we're facing, because this is enhanced through advertising and is at the heart of the economic model of platforms. And I think this is obviously unsustainable and also not in line with the fundamental rights and principles that we have in the European Union. Next. I think we are realizing there that this is not just an economic challenge. So when we're talking about digital sovereignty today, obviously we mean also political and economic sovereignty, but this is above all a democratic challenge. And in this digital transition, issues related to civil liberties, individual privacy, and the very functioning of our democracies must be given central importance. If not regulated, the foundation of democracy and the public space risks being undermined at the root by a new form of algorithmic power, giving the rise to the exponential growth of fake news, conspiracy theories, hate speech, and racist attacks online, which are generated by the negative externalities of the business model of digital giants. And this is what is called the black box society by the American law scholar Frank Pasquale. And this has profound implications for citizens and how citizens relate to each other and to the state. So it is very clear that big tech alone cannot handle all this power. And that's why the EU now is issuing a comprehensive framework to regulate digital platforms, such as the Digital Service Act, the Digital Market Act, the Data Governance Act, that we can see it as a new constitution for the digital age. I think this is a very good start, but must be improved. And as we heard before, it's not enough. Next. So what can we do actually when we come to data to realize that data should be perceived as a common good, as a public infrastructure on top of which we can create public value. So we can create value for society and citizens. And I think also that Europe can be betting on a model which is a third way, where the data is not controlled by the big tech platforms alone, is also not controlled by the states, but it can be controlled democratically by society and by citizens. So giving more control of data to citizens themselves. Next. So I've been experimenting this model for a long time when I was the Chief Technology Officer and Innovation Officer of the City of Barcelona for the last 5 years. And I think it's very important, given the fact that digital society will transform exactly all sectors of society, has strong implication on policy, on the democratic life, that we put people first. And we create a model that really preserves people's fundamental rights, but also enables society to unleash the potential and the power of this digital revolution. Next. We saw, for example, during the pandemic, how important it is now also to use data for good. So to use big data, artificial intelligence, healthcare data to monitor the pandemic for the public interest, for the public healthcare crisis, how it is important that our healthcare system has all the data which are updated, they are shared. It is very important that this data is shared among scientists, for research purpose, that it goes to the hospitals, to our healthcare system, and it's updated and it's data that can be used, to monitor the pandemic in real time, at the same time while preserving privacy, security, and ethics. And I think we show a little bit now with the green passes, with all the technologies that Europe has put forward, that this can be done without putting this kind of friction between privacy, security, and the ability to use data even in emergency and even for public healthcare crisis like the one we are living now. Next. This is a model that I want to put forward. That was the model I implemented in the city of Barcelona, which is looking at data as infrastructure. And as I said before, looking at data, the possibility to create public value with data. I think in smart cities, this is very clear because we need data to monitor traffic and to reshape, mobility, to move towards a sustainable, connected mobility. We need data to fight climate change and monitor CO2 emission, to monitor energy consumption, to monitor, everything we do in the city, water management. It's really another infrastructure like water, like transportation, like the air we breathe. It is really a public good on top of which, if we protect our fundamental rights of citizens and we open it up, we can unleash, of course, value for everybody. We can make sure that startups can use it to create AI-driven services and data-driven services for transportation, for climate change, for deep tech, for all the different things that we need in society. And we can create data commons by protecting exactly the rights of citizens and opening up this data to tackle the kind of environmental and social problems we want to solve in the city. Next. I think we also can move beyond, for example, having centralized data lakes with a standardized ontology, and we can create more decentralized, privacy-enhancing data infrastructures, such as the one, for example, we can use distributed ledger technology, advanced cryptography, to experiment models where people are really put in control of data. So people can decide what data they want to keep private and use advanced cryptography in an easy way, what data they want to share, with whom, and on what terms. So establishing a kind of really data democracy and giving more ability to people to decide, what data they are sharing and on what terms. So moving away from this kind of opaque data marketplaces to a more transparent and democratic data ecosystem. Next, this was a project we implemented all across Europe. It's called the Decode project. There are many experiments now looking at this kind of decentralized privacy-enhancing data infrastructure that give more power to the people. So at the moment, I think we have a very important step forward in the European Commission, which is the Data Governance Act, which has the objective to enable data control, use, and sharing. And it has now reached an agreement between the Council and the European Parliament. I'm sure you talk a lot about this in the conference. And I think the positive thing is that it has a strong focus on public interest, democratic data control, secure data sharing, and also this concept of data altruism for the common good. So now we can set up these institutions, which are data intermediaries, that can act to create trust in the data sharing process and to support also different parties to access data and help people to share the data for the public interest while supporting individuals and communities to exercise and manage their rights to control data. I think this point of empowering individual and communities, so the data subjects, to influence how data is used about them beyond compliance is absolutely critical. And of course, there are a lot of open questions about how to design and implement such intermediaries, such as data trust. And I think for me, the trust law is one legal framework that can be employed and used. And I think it's strong because it has innovative data stewardship mechanisms with robust institutional safeguards that are built in the governance mechanism. So I think it's a very promising way to build, for example, a pan-European data trust that will enable us to really control, access, and share our data. Next. So I think this is very important. How are we going to move to a data governance model, a European data governance model, to increase this access, sharing, and control of data while keeping the trust of consumers and citizens? So I think we have different approaches and data sharing structures. And we should move to the point that is actually the citizens that has access to the data and can decide for what purpose, for whom, how to make it easy to adopt these models that ensure protection and transparency. I think today this is the opposite. It's not easy at all. It's opaque, and we don't know who is accessing the data, how the data is monetized, for what purpose, and so on. So we can maybe get to a point where we have a European data trust ecosystem with different, a combination of different models, with different contractual, cooperative, or corporate structures. For example, we have the data sharing pools, which is going to be mainly for industries that want to share data. For example, you know, the different 9 EU data spaces that are created across a variety of sectors, such as healthcare, agriculture, energy, mobility, or manufacturing. So this will enable the industry to share the data. Then we have public data trust for public data, which can be very, very important, data cooperatives, and personal data sovereignty solutions. And this can be a combination of both, but it has to be done at a European level. And also we must ensure that we foster business to government data sharing also for the public interest. And I think this is a very important regulatory issue. So next, and I'm always almost at the end. So, of course, there is the big question also of industrial data sovereignty and industrial sovereignty in general in the digital space. It was also said by Mr. Voss very clearly before. We need a coordinated digital industrial strategy with a lot of ambitions across all different sectors in 5G, investments in cloud computing, in artificial intelligence, in quantum, of course, in microprocessors. We have the European Chip Acts that want to reduce the dependence on components, but also we need to reduce dependence on raw material. And now we are setting the goal of producing in Europe 20% of the world's high-end semiconductors by 2030. Then we have the Gaia X project. I am sure you're going to talk about that in depth later, which wants to set the gold standard for data security and interoperability. And that I think we need to find our own European solution, European cloud solutions, and our ability to manage data in a European way with technology made in Europe. So enable also alternative, probably decentralized data infrastructures and so on. And then, as I said, we have these 9 common EU data spaces across sectors, which are going to create more industrial capacity for Europe, which is very important. So I think this is just to give an idea. And next, that obviously when we're talking about data, we are talking here about a very complex situation and a new geopolitical dimension, when it is clear that we have almost a new Cold War related to who is going to control these critical technologies and infrastructure of the present and of the future, 5G, chips, quantum, artificial intelligence, and biotech. And I think here we should be very clear, because what's happening, which is this struggle for technological supremacy, risks creating a fragmentation at the global value chains and also a fragmentation at the geopolitical level. And I think the European response to this should be that on one side, we need more strategic interdependence. We need also more digital sovereignty. So we need more autonomy and independence for us on these critical components and infrastructures of the future. But also we need an international action. So Europe and like-minded democratic partners have a chance to chart a progressive global path for the digital society. And I think this has to be done quickly. And I think that Europe, and as we have shown now with the vaccines and with this kind of, crisis that we're facing now in the pandemic, but also with digital taxation, with our ability to propose the GDPR and cybersecurity regulation and so on, we can be very much a central actor in proposing this kind of global path towards a more democratic digital society. Next. So I think, just getting to the end, that we should not be presented only with two possible futures of our digital world. So usually we are presented with a binary logic where we have only two scenarios: the big state and the Chinese, the big state, which is the Chinese model, which is Orwellian and is kind of digital authoritarianism, or the big tech, which is Silicon Valley surveillance capitalism. And I think that big state strips people of their individual freedoms and constitutional rights, while the big tech can create data monopolies that ultimately will manage critical infrastructures such as healthcare, education, and so on. And I think that both options are not an option for a democratic world. So I think we are at the right time next to propose a model of European digital sovereignty, which is a third way beyond the big tech and the big state, which I've been calling big democracy, which is a new digital humanism that guarantees full democratic participation of citizens, protect their fundamental rights, but is also it proposes also an international, interconnected global vision with democratically agreed rules that sets global standards for sustainable and democratic digitization that can benefit both people and the environment. And I really hope that this is going to be the European contribution for the new generation. And just next slides, which is the final slide, is that, it's just what I've said before, basically. And I think when we talk about digital sovereignty, we mean that as a society, we should be able to set the direction of the technological progress, putting data and technology at the service of people and the ecological transition. So I think at the end, is really this digital Green Deal, which is the European vision for the digital future that we have to put forward, but in a very pragmatic way. So we need to act now at a pan-European level, but with a clear direction and a clear strategy in mind. Thank you very much, and sorry if I've been too long.
Many thanks, dear Francesca. Thank you also for your clear words. There was some common line in your keynote also with the keynote of Axel Voss. Maybe we can start with just one question to Axel and one question to you, because we have to start the next panel. Having in mind the slogan of the European Data Summit, ready for competition, you have mentioned, or Francesca mentioned, the Digital Governance Act. And as we know, we are in the final stage with the Digital Markets Act. We're expecting in the beginning of the next year the Data Act. Are we on the right track? Are we ready for competition finally, or the third way is far away? What do you think? Maybe let's start with Axel, with your final remarks, and then we continue with Francesca.
So thanks a lot, and Francesca, thanks a lot for your passionate contribution here. I'm loving this, so thanks a lot. So I would say we are on a right path, but only to 30%. I think we need more and more and more, and here politicians might be in the meantime the problem on our way to become a kind of a leader in digital issues. So we are too complex in a way, our ways of democratic structure, too ponderous, too fragmented, politically also too fragmented to come to a kind of a clear vision. And therefore we need here a better political leadership on the EU level, and kind of radical changes we have to do. But still, what we are doing here on the legislative level right now is important, is a kind of a fundament also to come to a fair competition, and that we might have a chance with our European data industry or digital industry. But this is not clearly, from my point, not enough.
Many thanks. So we continue with Francesca with the final words.
Yes, I think I agree with what Mr. Voss just said. And I think I said that we are moving in the right direction. So I think what we are doing is actually important, but we need to do more. And I think we have to quickly put in place effective solutions. So regulators have the power to act, but sometimes it still seems they are too slow and sometimes also intimidated by the power of big tech. And I think this is a problem. I think EU policymakers have now the occasion and even the duty to show real leadership. And I think it is right now we have the moment also because I want to emphasize we have a EU Next Generation EU plan, which is the biggest investment that Europe is putting forward at the moment in the post-pandemic times is around 2 trillion euros globally. But I think we calculated around 400 billions are going to go to digitization. And so it's going to be massive investment in all the digital infrastructures, but also in digitizing society. So from the government level to the business level to societal level, we have the possibility to do it now. So not only at the regulatory level, where we have to show more leadership and be, making sure that all these governance framework will actually do what we want to do, which is being effectively preventing this dominance and market power, creating capacity here in Europe, our digital sovereignty, and strengthen the digital sovereignty and our capacity to create European technology and European solutions. And to do that, we need an action plan which is pragmatic, and we need it now at a pan-European level. So this is the moment to act. So I agree exactly what was said before. It is good, but it is not enough. And I think we have now the possibility to really do it also because of the massive investment that we have right now going into sustainable and democratic digitization all across Europe.
Thank you very much. I wish we could have a bit more time to discuss the digital sovereignty today with you, but we have to continue with our program. We are really sad that you couldn't join us in person in Berlin, but we truly hope that there will be another opportunity to meet you and to discuss the digital sovereignty in Europe with you again. Many thanks. Please follow the coming discussion regarding gatekeepers and the DMA, and hope to see you soon. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
So, dear guests, we have to continue with the next program in our agenda, and that's combining of data by gatekeepers. We have 3 prominent voices, one from Brussels, one from London, and one from Haifa, Israel. I hope that Michael König is with us. He is basically in charge in DigiConnect for the issue that we're going to discuss right now. Christina Cafara from London, we had the exclusive opportunity to talk to her on the first day in person in Berlin. Needless to introduce you, Christina, always when I think of her, I'm thinking of one sentence when she said, "We are too nice in Europe, we are not doing such a things," thinking of structural separations and unbundlings. And last but not least, Michael Gal, who is professor at the University of Haifa. And maybe you remember last year we had the discussion with Oshrit Aviv. They wrote together the paper regarding the competitive advantages or disadvantages thanks to the GDPR. Is Michael with us? Not yet. Okay. Hope that she's going to join the discussion later, but maybe we can start immediately with Michael. Michael, we have basically one very important article, and everybody has great expectation when it comes to Article 5 DMA. DMA should stop some practices by the gatekeepers, and exactly when we think of combining of data, we immediately think of the Facebook case, who basically told the world what's going on and how the gatekeepers use data, in which way, and how it affects competition in many ways. What is the reason for this article? And what is the position of the Commission? What will be the effect of the current provision that we have in the DMA? The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. Very happy to join this very pertinent event and share my views on one of the key provisions, as you said, in the DMA, which is Article 5A on the combination of data. But at the outset, let me stress that these views are my personal ones and do not necessarily represent the views of the European Commission. Maybe I will answer to your question sort of in 3 steps. The first is, what is actually the objective of this provision, and we designed it, then how it tries to pursue the objective, and then the question, which I think there will be a lot of discussion in the panel, whether it will be successful in achieving the objective. Now, on the overall objective, it is about addressing the specific data advantage that gatekeepers have with the opportunity of combining data across their various services in their ecosystems, or even beyond their ecosystems, including from third-party services, where through cookies and other mechanisms, they may also be able to collect and then combine data related to individual users. This is an advantage which you cannot be matched by third parties. It's a reason for high entry barriers in this area. And this also because the gatekeepers, due to the design of their ecosystems of various services, have very easy ways and convenient ways to transfer this information across their services, but also to bring users to sharing this data across the services, and we'll certainly come still to this question. I think we should also not forget about the second leg of the provision. The first one is about the combination. The second one is about the automatic signing in users into various services, which typically is also done with the purpose of combining data. So, for example, you create an account for a search service, and immediately you also have an email account, and the data of the two flow together. And for both, we have the same principle, which is subjecting these activities to consent. So, really to stress that this, like the DMA in generally, this is a clear economic and competition contestability objective. So it's not about data protection in itself, because maybe different from the Facebook case, we are not looking at breaches of the GDPR, but in a way we are, if you want, reinforcing the GDPR rules in a specific scenario for gatekeepers. And I think it's also important to stress that it's, for example, not about targeted advertising and questions about societal issues of surveillance of individuals, the protection of minors, or the use of sensitive data. So it really tries and wants to stay in the overall logic of the DMA when it comes to creating opportunities for contesting these services. I think it also has to be seen in the context of other data-related provisions, which are mainly in Article 6. For example, the 6A on the competitive misuse of data, if you are both a player and a operator on a platform, but you're running the platform yourself. And in particular, H and I, which are about the access and portability of data for both business users and end users. So I've seen criticism that 5A does not deal with the access to data for third parties. That is true, but other provisions do very much so. Now, how does it pursue this objective? It is not a ban. It is not a ban on these type of activities, but it seeks to empower users. It's an empowerment of users. Why? Because there can be useful cases where the combination of such data makes sense and is also convenient and useful for the users. So, for example, if my contacts are used in my mail service, in Maps, in my Messenger service, yeah, so there are cases where this can make sense, and that's why we believe that an outright ban would go way over what is proportionate and needed. So it's about promoting choice, and the recital stresses that this has to be a real choice, so not a take it or leave it. What does it mean? It means that an alternative option has to be offered. So it cannot be, if you don't agree, then you don't get access to the service. No, there has to be an alternative of the service, which necessarily will have to be, to a certain extent, less personalized because the data combination does not happen. But this has to be the only delta and not another degradation of the service. And maybe also to point to a delta with the GDPR. So the question, well, what is really the difference where already consent is required for data processing? I think with stressing the consent, and the co-legislator made some clarifications to that extent, we nevertheless take a stance on other possibilities under the GDPR to use data and combine it. So now probably the essential question, will it be successful in achieving the objective? I stress that the core concept is the empowerment of users. So the key question is it possible to truly empower users and allow an informed and conscious choice on whether they agree to this combination or not? And here, that maybe brings me quickly to amendments that the Council and the Parliament added to this provision. So where the Council, for example, added that the consent has to be granular, and in the recital stresses again the non-degradation of a service, and also clarified that only 3 other grounds in the GDPR, like legal processing or vital interests and tasks carried out in the public interest, are possible, but not the other ones, in particular legitimate interests or contract performance. And I think that really coincides with our objectives. And the Parliament also stressed that the choice has to be in an explicit and clear manner, and also talks about cross-using of the data. So it shows that both co-legislators are actually concerned with the question, can a real choice be done? On our side, we believe, yes, it can be done. And we have examples where when gatekeepers really give a real choice, people use this choice and it makes a difference. But of course, we cannot prescribe in detail for every core platform service how this has to be. And therefore, we have to have the principle here in the rule. And then it depends, obviously, on the individual gatekeeper services and how they are designed on giving this choice, particularly in the individual case. Now, then people argue that in that case, the provision doesn't fit into Article 5 because it's not self-executing and there is no possibility of a specification like in Article 7. But here my answer would be that there are 2 tools that the Commission still can use. A, nobody stops us from issuing guidelines around the application of various provisions beyond the individual specification in 7. And this, in particular, in cases which are more of a horizontal application. And then secondly, there are also possibilities of commitment decisions. So where in the individual enforcement decision, we can accept and specify further on how the compliance should be done. So in my view, that can compensate the formal non-application of 7 to these provisions. And overall, we are convinced that it can make and should make a difference on the ground. Thanks.
Many thanks, Michael. Let's continue with Christina. We've touched upon this issue in our talk also on the first day, but let's be focused on the current provision last amended by the Council that we have on the table. What's your opinion on this? Will it change something?
Well, good morning, everyone. Pencho, thank you again for inviting me to this. And it's my regret that I cannot be in person in Berlin as I was indeed a couple of days ago. It was very fun. Great to be on this panel. This is an important topic. Let me start again as a private sector speaker, always with disclosures. I've done it on Wednesday, but I'll do it again in case you have a different audience. I have worked address to Google, some against Facebook. I've done work for Apple, Amazon, Netflix, Microsoft, Uber, and others. So on this topic, I think there is, of course, as Michael alluded to, a discussion which is very lively amongst data protection experts about the adequacy of this particular provision. And I know that on Wednesday, when we had the discussion, Johnny Ryan in his keynote outlined some concerns that he has about indeed the specific wordings. Johnny was quite strongly suggesting that the way in which the article effectively speaks about providing consent in the singular may be inadequate because it does not provide for sufficient precision and granularity. The GDPR, as I understand it, requires that consent is given for each processing purpose. And the concern that has been expressed is that this particular wording can be inadequate because it does suggest that there could be ways in which a single consent can be obtained. And the spirit of giving consent for different processing purposes could be worked around and the data can be combined. But let me sort of say a few words and take a step back as to why I feel so strongly about the importance of this whole area. You alluded to, of course, the Facebook decision by the Catalan and the subsequent developments that we are waiting from the courts. I want to just cast our mind back as an example of the kind of concerns that I think we should all be keeping very clearly in mind. I want to cast the mind back to the Google Fitbit case, because that, to my mind, is quite emblematic of the kind of concerns that we have and why these concerns go way beyond just advertising markets. There is a tendency to think about combination of data as something relevant just to tracking and advertising, and that is certainly something that worries me, and I'll get back to that. But the concern that many expressed at the time about that case, and I want to use it just as an example, was way beyond advertising application. The concern that was being expressed is that a dominant player with already a dominant position, very strongly held in demographic, location, information about consumers, with a complete data firehose, would be able to acquire a data stream of health information and combining that health information with its existing, unassailable, absolutely unmatchable monopoly in other data, would be able to then profile even more precisely in ways that we object to very strongly, ways that can go way beyond advertising, that have to do with health applications, with employment applications. The concern that was being expressed at the time, and not just by me, I did quite a lot of militant agitation about that, together with Johnny, together with others. There was a group of 15 economists advising DG Competition in matters of general antitrust, who actually signed a letter to DG Competition pointing to these particular harms. We were really concerned about the notion that bringing together the data firehose and the health data would allow the creation of applications that was objectionable and concerning. Now, what is difficult in the public discourse is that, of course, the Commission has not approved it. And the difficulty even of getting this particular point across is quite surprising to me, but it's there. Because when you talk to, for example, antitrust authorities and indeed economists, the position that tends to come back is, but why should we prevent even the dominant player from innovating in health applications? What is wrong with even a dominant player creating better matching, creating less asymmetry of information? This is the bias that we unfortunately have still in antitrust, that perfect information is always good, that we can do better things if we have more data, whereas we are in a state of the world in which these kind of basic tenets must be questioned. See, these companies have got way enough data, and giving them the opportunity to increment these data firehose in ways and directions that go beyond advertising is incredibly dangerous. It's not what we should be doing. We should preempt and stand by a real policing of this. So, I mean, I think this is an area which is right now. And as I say, goes beyond advertising. Advertising is something we discussed again on Wednesday. Johnny Ryan is very strong on this and has provided a great deal of illustration of what the toxic tracking advertising industry is about. We know about that, and we're all kind of quite clear that that is a business model that somehow needs to be addressed. And this provision, says you can mix the data. Well, great, but the point is that these players have got already such data troves that saying that you can mix a bit more is not going to change. The problem in advertising is and tracking is more fundamental. We need to address the business model. We need to address the market power. There is more than advertising. This is my message. And in thinking about the whole range of instruments that we have, indeed the DMA, we need to think about these applications as being the really important one going forward that I think need to be policed very clearly. And I'm not convinced that this particular provision in the DMA is sufficiently precise to be clear about what we are worried about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. Actually, the inspiration for this panel I got from an article by Ruprecht Potsdam, who exactly asked the question, should gatekeepers be allowed to combine data? And he identified two problems with the current wording. First, it is not specific enough, he said, to work as a self-executable provision. And secondly, it could happen that users are nudged into giving consent easily so that the gatekeepers can continue to expand their set of personal data without user having a real say, and so on. Let's continue with Michal. Michal, you have done research also in this area, and I have mentioned your paper with Oshrit regarding the competitive advantages or disadvantages of the GDPR. How do you consider this norm? How will it affect the data processing of gatekeepers? Will it affect at all? What's your opinion on this? Please.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to contribute to this important conference. And I'm really sorry I cannot be in Berlin, but maybe another year. So I think there are a few levels that I would like to touch with regard to your question. First of all, I think that the DMA does not internalize lessons that we learned from other regulations, especially the GDPR, with regard to consent and whether it's working or not. Because if we are really concerned about data combinations, is this provision enough to prevent such combinations? And I think it's important to reiterate what we've learned so far from economic and empirical studies. So we know that users have a privacy paradox. We know that most users do not understand the implications of combining their data. Most think it only affects ads, but as Christina has so rightly said, it goes way beyond ads. Most consumers have what we call a collective action problem here, because users do not take into account the externalities that they create on other data subjects and on market power. And here the role of the regulator is so important. And we know that there's an asymmetry of power that potentially affects the voluntariness of consent. And we also know that most users, me included, do not read the terms of sharing their data and automatically consent because you know that you're not going to change very much. We also know that that firms are masters of getting people to give consent by making it's the path of least resistance. I think about myself, there's some applications where in the beginning I really looked carefully, but then every time that I used the service, I had to look carefully again and again and again. And so, it took so much time that I stopped doing that. We also know from the work of Campbell and Goldfarb and Tucker that users have a stronger tendency to consent to a large platform that supplies several services once they have agreed to one service that was provided by that firm. Because as they show, you say, okay, I already give some of my information to Google anyway, so I might consent to giving more. It doesn't really matter so much, rather than giving it to a new firm. We also know that most users do not change the default rules. And from my work with Oshrit Aviv, we know that the GDPR inadvertently strengthened the already strong. And 2 days ago, some mentioned the Bitkom study that 90% of the firms that were interviewed left projects because of concerns that they would not meet the GDPR. And we know that consent can sometimes even create externalities that we do not think about. For example, think about Apple, which introduced privacy-friendly and added consent to the advertising requirements there. And what happened is that their market share, Apple's market share, actually increased on its own devices. It actually tripled. And so I think that we need to take all these into account. It's not that we don't have ways around it or there are things that can be done, but putting most of our eggs on consent, I think it's extremely problematic if we actually want to achieve goals beyond maybe data sovereignty of the individual. And I think it goes back to the question of what are we trying to achieve here with limiting the combination of firms? Because it might be that, I mean, there are many different forms of power or effects that might be relevant here. Just to mention a few, think about the power to extract data from consumers. Think about infrastructural power, the power to control data flows and exclude others from collecting data. Think about the power in product and service market that relies on the data collected. Think about the power of surveillance, or the power to affect conduct, the panopticon, Foucault's ideas in this regard. Think about the power to affect other spheres, such as social interactions and politics. I mean, what exactly are we trying here to prohibit? And by this limitation on data combinations. So the answer to the question of whether limiting data combination by the digital platform is the optimal solution or even a good solution may differ with regard to the different concerns that we have. So I think, the purpose has to be clear, and then the tool. And as I said, I think that the tool is currently not good enough.
Many thanks. So let's come back to the legislator. This provision has a prominent position in this article, dear Michael. Could you tell us a bit about the arguments of the gatekeepers in the legislative process, how they approach this article, this provision? And maybe then we can continue with Christina, just a spontaneous idea. How would you, if you were in a position of legislator, how would you stipulate this prohibition that we have currently in Article 5? And maybe the same question also to Michael. Please, Michael.
Yeah, thank you. It's always a bit difficult with the two first names. So yes, we're very happy to take this up, and many thanks also to Christina and Michael for their contributions. I think all very relevant points, and I'll try to weave in some of that here as well. Maybe first of all, in the evolution of the legislative process, well, you could see with the amendments that have been brought in from both sides, actually, that there is this recognition that what you said, Michael, we're putting all on consent. Is this a safe option? And if we do so, we have to be absolutely sure that this really works. So I think that is clearly an element that came very strongly in the process. Obviously, from the other side of the discussion, affected companies were concerned to avoid an outright ban of these type of practices, with various arguments, but obviously also pointing to potential, convenience, efficiency, and the like around this provision. And I think, again, if we're talking about directly applicable ex ante rules, I think we also think that an outright ban is disproportionate. Now, because this is a bit the question when we say, or when I hear, yes, putting everything on consent is maybe not sufficient or not effective. What is really the alternative? I think there are not so many. One is around a ban, which then maybe has to differentiate around certain scenarios, but there is not much more. And then is the other option is saying, well, if we talk about consent, how can we make this a real choice, and how can we avoid all the biases and nudging techniques that we know from the big gatekeepers? And I think there we're fully with you, that we have to ensure that this really is a real choice. Maybe just to say, I think we nevertheless have to distinguish and maybe not overload this provision, because if we are concerned that the big gatekeepers and big already data savvy companies venture into strategic sectors like health or infrastructure, energy, etc., that is maybe a completely different or additional concern, which we can have a discussion on. But I think where we expect a bit too much from the DMA and the provision 5A in particular, if we want to address these type of more strategic societal concerns, which are going beyond the more sort of economic considerations around gatekeepers and the possibility to allow third parties to compete or innovate around and within the ecosystems of these players. So I think we nevertheless have to see, if we are going beyond these objectives, then we have to also have a much broader definition. Now, on the GDPR, I think there's again a choice to be made. Are we defining a different standard of consent when it comes to gatekeepers around this provision? Or are we saying, well, we have the GDPR as the fundamental framework for processing of data, which also has a lot of provisions and work around consent. And if there are deficiencies, well, we have to fix it there, because to establish specific standards for consent in different tools and in different areas may also then not really be helpful and rather create to confusion and entangling into legal discussions and litigation across across the whole economy, and also for newer companies and startups is certainly not a very helpful environment. So if we are saying we need to improve the rules around consent, and we have to bring in new tools or suggestions like from Mr. Pashun around how to help consumers to make an involved choice, maybe by involving intermediaries or third parties that he calls data guides. I think then let's rather discuss around that, but then should apply sort of across the board and not only in one single instrument or in one single provision that we have in the GDPR. Thanks.
Thank you for the clarification, Michael. Christina, if you were a legislator.
Lucky I'm not. So, I mean, I want to state one point again, very emphatically, because I think that listening to Michael talking about the arguments that the gatekeepers bring forward, I would propose not to listen to that for a moment, because of course I've heard 25 years of people saying that something is pro-competitive and something is efficiency enhancing when it is nothing of the sort. What we're talking about here is a situation which is a crisis. We have a privacy data protection crisis, we have a monopoly crisis, and we are here hearing that somehow if these data complex that already have unbeatable advantages were given the opportunity to combine yet more data, they would all beneficially work to our advantage and give us something that is good for us. The counterpoint to this is that a monopolist with perfect information will extract the surplus and will generate products from which it does benefit itself, but not us, the consumers and the citizens. So there is a fundamental point here that these arguments about efficiencies and pro-competitive developments are not believable, are not credible in the current state of the world. I think that there is a real stumbling block here, and we cannot allow ourselves to be bamboozled by these kind of efficiency stories that are absolutely counter to what is out there. Now, that said, I also have sympathy with I understand what Mikhail is saying in the sense that he says we can overburden this is a provision on the DMA, we can solve all of the problems around through this, and ultimately consent is what we have. But as we just heard from Mikhail, consent is pretty broken in terms of a tool. We all know its limitations, and we know that it doesn't take us very far. One possibility is to be really quite perhaps explicit in the request that the GDPR requirement that processing purpose needs to be given consent for is ultimately abided by. So one could possibly, this is a suggestion I know is out there, expand somewhat the language here, making it very clear that there must be a request for each processing purpose that states the sources of the data, the result of the combination, what it is going to be intended to be used for. I realize this sounds burdensome, but I think that we need to address the notion that the track record of these players is that they circumvented, and they circumvent every single time, in every single way, any sort of way to control it. So perhaps being certainly at the low level, it seems to me, just making this provision more specific and requiring that the purpose is stated very clearly for each use and consent is requested for each purpose is an important obstacle, because people would have to demonstrate that they've requested consent for that particular processing purpose and not for one other. And that consent cannot be read across different processing purposes. So that is something which at the minimum seems to me very important to pursue as a possible way to, at least in the short term, try and make this a bit more effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina, for the clear words. And finally, Michal, you have the pleasure to close the session.
Well, thank you very much. And I should mention that Europe is definitely a thought and regulation leader here in this space. And, even this discussion is great. It's so important. And it's not done in all the world. It's done more and more, but partly because of what some call the Brussels effect. So I think that should be put on the table as well. One benefit of the provision of the DMA is that it limits reliance on contract. And just a week ago or so, there was a decision by the Irish Data Protection Agency that allowed Facebook to go forward based on contract and rather than consent. So the DMA is going to change that. I think that's an important point. Specifically with regard to consent, what can be done? So I think that more focus should be put on default consent rules. Okay, thinking very carefully how they should be structured, not leaving it to the companies to do it themselves. Second suggestion, I think I really like the suggestions about data guides. I think that's great. And I would even go further. I would go to group guides or group choices via data trusts, or even using an algorithm that you say, okay, in all my websites, I would like the consent to follow X, Y, Z. So the algorithm would do that for you. You know, a bit like, you know, when you have a credit card and they already know what you the number and all the details. It might be also with regard to consent choices. And I think it can be also strengthened by more focus on how to encourage multi-homing. So interestingly, in the last year, I cannot simply type into my Gmail a search and search via Google. I need to open a new tab and go to Google. But then I can also go to other browsers. So that encourages, of course, a multi-homing. And also, I think that enforcers should also think about remedies, because the remedies, as we already heard, should not be fines. We should think outside the box here, and they should relate to data. Okay, if you took my data without my consent, if you blocked access of others to data, the remedy should be should take that into account. And finally, with regard to consent, I think it's important to invest more in what you might call digital literacy. I think that it should be done from a very young age, and people should understand what consent actually means. And I heard that there's a European package with regard to digitization. I think that should be part of it. And another point I want to make is that, of course, we should look at this from a holistic point of view. And I think that the effectiveness of Section 51A cannot be assessed as a standalone. And I think that here, it's more important to create better mechanisms for ensuring that we can overcome these data-based incumbency advantages, so that in 10 years we are not in the same space. So some things to think about in this regard. First of all, I think that data sharing here is extremely important, but I think that the DMA does a little too little, too late. And let me give you a few pointers here in how they might be changed. For example, each business user can gain access only to a small part of the data which is potentially available, that part that pertains to him. And if he wants to combine it together with data from other business users, you have to again gain the consent of the user, of the data subject. So that means that even these provisions with regard to sharing are not going to be able to create large troves of data for most of the firms that will gain access through them. Another point is with regard to interoperability and portability of data, because although Section 6H mandates gatekeepers to provide tools for end users to facilitate the exchange of data portability, this is not enough, because, you know, as I've shown in my work with Dan Rubenfeld, the devil is in the details, and if you leave it to the gatekeepers, it would probably not be the optimal level or usage of interoperability and portability standards for the industry.
Thank you.
And
thank you, Michael. We have to keep. If it's your final remark, please go on, because we have to keep in mind that we have a following session and we have to continue the program and the break.
Definitely. I'm getting to my final remark, which is the global dynamic. I think that in any regulation, thought should be given to how that affects other jurisdictions. I think it's important to work together with our other jurisdictions and maybe try to convince them to adopts relatively similar regulations, because if Europe does it on its own, it might have, different effects that should be taken into account. Thank you.
I really appreciate your words. Let's say during the French presidency, finally the DMA will be adopted, and let's say 6 months later enters into force. So maybe we'll have an opportunity in the near future to discuss the effects again with you, and to see who was right or who was wrong. But hopefully this article will work. Dear Michael, I really congratulate to you and to your colleagues for the great work you have done in the last years. And let's hope that the DMA will be success and will create the effects that we all expect. Many thanks to all of you. Best wishes to London, Haifa, and Luxembourg. Many thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So, dear guests, now we have to have a small break, and then we continue with the real in-person session, and with the dedicated part to the digital, to the Data Act and B2G data sharing. So we see you in 15 minutes. Many thanks. Hello again, and welcome back to the European Data Summit and to the panel Business to Government Data Sharing. When we planned this panel, we thought we were going to have the same exclusivity as with the Data Governance Act. As you know, there was a compromise 2 days ago, and we have discussed it yesterday during the European Data Summit. Unfortunately, we don't have the draft of the Data Act, we just have the impact assessment. But that's a good reason also to have a discussion with prominent speakers and also to have the Commission on board. I'm really happy that Maria Rosaria is representing the DG Connect in this discussion and is with us, is going to tell us a bit more regarding the approach of the Commission and the intention of the legislator. Stefan Verhulst, the co-founder of the very famous GovLab from the New York University and one of the members of the expert group in charge of the European Commission. Then we have Jakob Greiner, the Vice President, European Affairs from Deutsche Telekom, so to say the regular participant of the European Data Summit. I'm really happy that you're again with us. Carla Dittmeier, who is a PhD candidate at the Humboldt University and also former advisor in the German Parliament in the AA committee. And we have Simon Chignard, the former expert of Etalab, the Prime Minister Division of the French government for open data, and advisor of the French government. We're really glad that you are with us. Again, also regular participant of the European Data Summit. The crisis has shown the importance of data for the functioning of the public authorities. We have many examples where the public authorities are dependent on data that is currently or that is under control of the business sector. There are enough reasons why the European Commission is trying to address this issue in a more concrete way in the upcoming Data Act. We have exclusive opportunity to discuss issue with Maria Rosaria, and I'm really glad that you are joining this event. Dear Maria, could you tell us a bit more about the motivation and your approach in dealing with B2G in the context of the upcoming Data Act? And maybe to tell us, why do we have a short delay with the first proposal of this legislative act?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So thank you very much for inviting me to this very timely conference. And of course, the topic of business to government data sharing for the public interest is very relevant, and I've been working on this intensively during the last 3 years, I must say. We all know that every day we produce data that tells something about us, that gives information about where we go, where we eat, how much energy resources we consume. Our smart objects and smartphone applications collect this data, and thus most of it is still in the hands of the private sector. So at the Commission, we thought about the value that such information has to help public authorities to provide us with the first efficient public services and policies. And we concluded that if public sector bodies could access the data collected by the private sector, they could better organize public transportation in cities, provide more efficient healthcare, make our cities greener, face crises more efficiently. So to explore the issue more in depth, we set up in 2018 a high-level expert group on business to government data sharing for the public interest. And those 23 experts, amongst which Stefan, helped us find a way to make business to government data sharing happen at a scale, in a responsible, sustainable way in the European Union. And after 1 year of work, the group produced a very extremely informative report that contains several recommendations to boost business to government data sharing for the public interest. And those recommendations are about governance for business to government data sharing across the European Union, on transparency, on citizen engagement, on ethics of business to government data sharing as well, on operational models, structures, technical tools to make B2G data sharing happen. And the group also revised the B2G data sharing principles that we published in 2018 and included also new principles on accountability, one on fair and ethical data use in business to government data sharing relationship. So we have taken those recommendations into account in our data strategy, which we published in February 2020, which announced the creation of the Data Act. And this EU legal framework would, among other things, bring also some certainty to business to government data sharing partnership and help overcome related barriers. This framework could set the objectives, general obligations and safeguards that should be put in place for B2G data sharing and the specific conditions under which public authorities can use privately held data, including compensation modalities, all these factors could be considered. This is the initiative is of an unprecedented scale because it's the first time that we try to provide member states with an harmonized framework for business to government data sharing. And we are exploring these issues for the Data Act, as Pedro mentioned, that B2G will be one part of the Act that aims at achieve a fair distribution of the value of data by clarifying who can do which with data and under which conditions. And at the same time, the Data Act would also ensure that the legitimate interests of individuals, as well as companies investing in data generating activities, are respected. A fair allocation of value among the actors involved in the data economy is necessary to foster data sharing among businesses and between businesses and governments as well. So this is the overview of what we are working on currently at the moment. And you're right that there is going to be a slightly delay, but just because we need a little bit more of time to prepare the proposal, to reflect, and to really still to work on it. So, but it's coming for sure.
Many thanks for your initial remarks, Maria Rosaria. So let's hear the industry voice. Jakob, I can imagine that you are not that satisfied with this current approach by the Commission, and you have reasons for that. Why that?
Thank you, Pencho, and thanks for being here, and thanks to my co-speakers also for being there. Well, I cannot yet say whether I'm disappointed or enthusiastic, because we have not really seen anything formally adopted or published by the Commission, except for the expert group that Maria Rosaria mentioned. Maybe just to a background why I'm sitting here. It's Deutsche Telekom is of course also cooperating with the public sector, and we've seen it especially in the pandemic now. We have been directly working with the Robert Koch Institute, for example. We are working with the European Commission, and we are providing aggregated mobility data to them in a anonymized form to be able to see and assess the effects of lockdown, of movements, of contingency measures. So I would say, just looking at the past 1.5 years, at least from a telecom's perspective, I would say cooperation is there and is actually working. And rightfully, however, since 4 years, I think it was 4 years ago that we've been sitting here on the very same subject matter, this can be done better. I think there's no doubt about it. Why? Because we are still seeing not enough cooperation between private actors and governments and public authorities, and also not sustainable long-term cooperation. So the question is, what is the reason for that? And I'm sure we're going to dive into that more in detail in the next minutes. But just to say, yes, of course, there is a certain insecurity about let's say, the purpose limitation for what are public authorities requiring data, safeguards, data protection. I recall a lot of discussions with data protection authorities when it came to this cooperation of mobile network operators and the European Commission, questions about what is an anonymized data. So obviously many reservations in that regard that needs to be solved. And now I'm looking at least at those leaked documents that we've seen and the discussions that we had in the last 4 years. I'm looking at how the Commission wants to tackle that. And what strikes me here is that they are talking a lot about the how, which I fully agree. How can you improve the cooperation? But they are also talking a lot about the if, and their solution about whether cooperation happens or not seems to be that they just want to oblige the private sector to hand out data for specific reasons that seem to be narrowly defined, but from what I've read so far, I have a question mark about the narrow definition when we're talking about health, environment, crisis management. These are all very pressing issues, but the question is how narrowly defined is that you get legal certainty as a company to for what purposes you are going to hand out data. And so you already see from my comment, we're not necessarily agreeing with the fact that an obligation is the best solution. I'm also not agreeing with the fact that there should be some predefined, let's say, cost regulation that tells the private sector how much the private sector can charge or not charge at all for certain public interest cases, because even though there might be the expectation that Deutsche Telekom is a public commodity, we're not, we're a private company. And a last remark, and then happy to discuss further, we are also, of course, not, let's say, Google, Facebook, or others, where our core business is data analysis. Our core business is broadband deployment. And so what we are doing with data and what we have been doing with data now in the past 2 years, helping public authorities is, let's say, a sideline, a business that has also considerable effort that we bring to this, resources, money, etc. And so to sum it up, I would say if we want to increase cooperation, we need to have a win and win situation for the public and the private sector, and that also means adequate compensation, very well-defined public interest cases, and happy to discuss further then.
Many thanks, Jakob. This reminds me a bit to the open data PSI discussion where we had the similar issue with the costs, be it marginal costs or the situation with the high-value data sets where at the European level we're trying to reach a compromise that those kind of data sets must be free of charge. But maybe we can discuss it also later. Also the issue of conditions, how you approach at least Robert Koch Institute or how do you approach public institutions when they request data from you. I would like to hear something from you, dear Carla, from a scientific point of view. There are obvious reasons for for regulatory intervention in this field. And do you see any market failure that's supposed to be addressed in the context of the upcoming Data Act?
Well, let me start with an example of what we are talking about when we talk about business-to-government data sharing. So I don't know if you know how in German cities transport is planned or how the data is gathered for that, but what happens is someone sits at a street corner and counts how many cars and bicycles drive by. And because that's very resource intensive, it happens every 4 years. Less so in smaller German towns. Now, this is neither a very up-to-date nor detailed databases. Meanwhile, we have mobility data almost in real time by sharing providers. We have mobility data from telecommunications. And I think that's at the core question of our debate. How do we bring these public tasks that, as Maria has said, need to be improved, can be made more efficient, together with the data that is out there held by private companies. And it's happening already. I mean, in many cities, municipality context, at the state level here in Germany, we already have regulation. For example, you have utilities that need to share heating or electricity data in order to plan for the municipalities to plan more renewable electricity consumption. So coming back to your question, is there a market failure? Well, from a regulatory perspective or public law, where I'm coming from, it's the state is not always a market actor. There is already a regulation. If there is a will by the lawmaker, by the legislator, then you can certainly implement these sharing obligations. Is that the right way? Is that the way to where you actually have implementation? I think there you have to be, as Jakob said, and I agree, sector-specific. You have to really look at the public interest, the public task that you want to improve. And I think there we have a broad variety of instruments that we need to really look at.
Many thanks. But the current approach is not sector-specific. So you basically are questioning the possibility to address all the relevant issue on one place.
Especially at the level of the European Union. I think, I mean, it's a great initiative, but I think the national legislator is already doing something, and the state legislator is also doing something. So you need to look at several levels, and an overall holistic framework also addresses all of these layers.
Many thanks for the clarification. Simon, you've been working in this field for many, many years. I mean, you are open data specialist, and you have great projects in the city of Rennes. In the second part, Marion is going to tell us the story of B2G data sharing in the city of Rennes. But could you tell us a bit more about your project, Rudy, and your experiences? Why all these provisions in the upcoming Data Act would matter, and why they are relevant?
Thank you, Pencho. Regarding Rudy, which stands for Rennes Urban Data Interface, this is a data sharing platform at the local level, but I will let Marion Glatron to give an overview not only of the platform but the project itself. So coming back to the question of B2D data sharing, first, I fully agree with Jakob. 4 years ago, we were already sitting there discussing the topic, so it's not really such a new topic. But still, I have the feeling that it's already happening, as Carla mentioned it. A few years ago, in 2016, in France, as you know, we passed a Digital Republic Bill, and in this bill, we had two provisions regarding B2G data sharing. The first one is about the utility sector, as Carla mentioned, the fact that private company providing energy, water, waste management, transportation, when they work as a concession, they have to provide local public authorities very detailed information about the concession, but the performance of the service, and so on and so on. So that's the first point. But more interestingly, in the Digital Republic Bill, there is also an article that enables the National Statistical Office, in French, INSEE, to access data from the private sector. Back then, it was, I think, in Europe, one of the most advanced legal approach to give a framework and a process to give access to private sector data for statistical purpose, or for public interest purpose more broadly. I have to mention that it's already happening, and since the beginning of last year, 2020, in France, the national measure of inflation is based partly on the analysis of receipts from supermarkets. So it's happening right now. I have to say that in the bill, what we have made is a process based on transparency, accountability. You have to prove the level of public interest. You have to publish an impact assessment, and so on and so on. So it works, first. Second thing is it takes really, really a long time to put in practice. When I said we passed the law 5 years ago and we just start to see things working on that matter. What this means, basically, it's taking too long. So that's my first point. My second point is, as we unfortunately all know, there is a pandemic going on. And in many aspects, I think that the pandemic worked as an accelerator of B2G data sharing. But the thing is, yesterday, and I'm sure he's going to elaborate on that right now, Stefan from the GovLab said that most agreements have been made based on a pro bono. That's really, really interesting to focus on that question of pro bono, because I think there has been, from the private sector, a double incentive to work with public sector. The first one, of course, it's really, really positive one, is to say, okay, we have to help society and we have to help governments to face this challenge of the pandemic. Okay, so let's talk about corporates, social responsibility and so on. This is really, really the good face of showing that you care for the society as a whole. That's the first one. But I must say also that I think there have been another incentive, which is much more interesting to look at, is the fact that for many private companies, they don't want to be seen as making profit from the situation. So, for instance, we have seen mobile phone companies in France, so it's not Deutsche Telekom, just to make Jacob quite
France Telecom
relaxed about what I'm going to say. We have seen some mobile phone companies who were trying to sell their solution, their data analytics solution, before the pandemic, and during the pandemic they said, okay, it's free to reuse, it's free to use, you have just to make it and so on. So, for me, let's have a look at what this pro bono approach means. Basically, I think there are, and there are still right now, a lot of misunderstanding about what really the value of data is, from both sides. From the public sector, that sometimes we have struggled to understand what really the kind of data that private companies own, how we can access it, and so on and so on. But at the same time, from the private sector, I also see some misunderstanding of what really a public sector authority is, how competent they are to deal with data, what they really want to achieve, and so on and so on. So let's hope that this pandemic and that this pro bono approach can be used as a way to maybe have a better mutual understanding of the situation and not a loss of opportunity. But because I'm really afraid that once the pandemic is over, hopefully it will be over one day, what we have learned during this fast will be lost.
Many thanks, dear Simon. Do you believe, let's say we have a situation where the industry is collaborative, optimistic scenario, is the public administration at all in a position to analyze those amounts of data and take evidence-based decision, in France at least?
Yeah, that's a really good question. We have seen many data collaboration between Waze, a Google-owned company that you all know, because in Europe, Waze set up a program called, I think, Connected Citizens Program, which basically means that they share information about disruption, travel disruption, road disruption, and at the same time, local public authorities will also share information about planned roadworks and so on. To be honest, what I have seen is that most of the times, local public authorities don't really know how to act upon this kind of data, right? Because they lack sometimes skills or competencies, but also that's not so easy to disrupt or to change the way you take decision as a public sector actor. Right? We have a lot of discussion yesterday about data-driven decision and so on, but it's quite a new field. So I hope that we will see, and maybe not as Martin Luther King, but I have a dream, let's say, And my dream is that I think there is a direct link between the debate about B2B data sharing and B2G data sharing. My dream is that we will see companies in specific sectors, let's talk about agriculture or health or automotive industry, that going to speak together, but also to speak to the public sector, saying, okay, not only do we want to share data in a data sharing pool for us to make value, but maybe also to use these data sharing pools as a connection to public sector and to be able to say, okay, this is the kind of information, this is the kind of data that we can use to help the public sector to take public interest decision.
Many thanks. I hope Stefan is listening to us. Stefan, you are one of the most prominent voices when it comes to B2G and B2G data sharing and open data in general. You've been a member in the expert group appointed by the European Commission. What were your findings and why B2G matters that much, especially nowadays?
Right, well, thanks, Pencho, for having me, and delighted to be on this distinguished panel. And I think many of the panelists already indicated what I was planning on saying, and also Maria gave a good introduction on why this matters and why we may want to really take this seriously, because obviously this is about the quality of decisions that impact us all. And I think if we are honest, then we can basically really say is that the current environment in which we make decisions that affect the public interest clearly need to be improved, and quite often still happens in almost like a pre-digital kind of environment. And so if we really want to improve society, then we're going to have to improve the way we go about making decisions. And that means, and I think the whole conference of the last 2 days have been about the potential value of data. It also means that we're going to have to find a way to actually accelerate how we use data, but also how we have access to data that can improve society at large, including improve the situation in which corporations act. Because I think the quality of the decisions also impacts, of course, the environment in which businesses operate. So it's not just a societal issue, it's also an environment with regard to business. And Hala already gave an example with regard to transportations and the fact indeed that much of the decisions with regard to mobility in cities are basically based upon an analog way of collecting data, which means that we still don't know, for instance, anyway, how we will deal with traffic jams, which, by the way, several studies have pointed that adds on an annual basis 2,000 euros per family because we get stuck in traffic that often if we don't understand how traffic works. But also it has implications, for instance, from a gender perspective. I mean, we've done some work leveraging telecom data to actually show that mobility is gendered and that we cannot approach, for instance, mobility as if everyone has the same kind of needs when it comes to public transportation or when it comes to mobility as well. Anyway, I can give you many examples where access to data, and especially access to non-traditional data sets, might actually improve the way we go about decisions, including, and of course we had a panel yesterday, saving people's lives. And I think the fact that we will likely have more and more crises as a result of climate change means that we're actually also going to have to become more and more data-driven in how we respond to some of the emergencies that we will see as well in order to actually save people's lives as well. Anyway, I think the societal case is strong. The question then is, of course, how do we indeed leverage the data that has already been collected instead of collecting more data, and quite often data that is not real-time and quite often not as granular than the data that is already collected. How do we provide access to that? Because I think the discussion about B2G is quite often about sharing, right? As if transfer of data needs to happen. And I think we already have seen that that quite often doesn't have to be the case. It's really about access to data and then subsequently reusing that data that can start, anyway, reusing that data for other purposes. Now, the real challenge here And again, we've seen many examples, and frankly, I have to congratulate the telecom sector, and it's kind of quite often, anyway, remarkable that the telecom sector quite often get criticized because they actually do provide access to some of their data, because there are many other sectors that actually are still lacking in collaborating. So we've seen many examples. The real challenge here is how do we do this in a more systematic, so it's not always a one-off. And I agree with Simon as well, is that my fear in the current environment with the collaborations in the context of COVID-19 might be, again, another one-off kind of experience. So how do we do this in a more systematic way, in a more sustainable way, because there are indeed costs involved from both sides, but also in a responsible way, because we are talking about, of course, reusing of data that was collected for one purpose, and now we're going to start using it for another purpose. And so we also need to think about the ethical implications and the expectations, as Maria was referring to, the expectations of citizens with regard to how that data is being used. And so what we focused on at the B2G data sharing expert group was really about that question of how to make it more systematic, sustainable, and responsible. And I think the key message here was that is that we need to really think in terms of partnerships, and that this is really about creating new partnerships between the public, the private, and people in some occasions. And I think that that is really what the focus should be about. But that also, of course, that we do need to find a way, to express the demand for the data in a more sophisticated and reliable manner. And so one of the suggestions within the expert group was to really come up with national coordination kind of mechanisms and processes to identify the demand for data, so that we actually have a clear understanding on what are some priority use cases around which we should then work together. The second, in addition to strengthening the demand, the other, in order to make it more systematic, was to actually develop a profession or a function in order to indeed, when there is a request, actually have a more systematic way of responding to the request. At the moment, Pencho, and again, we saw that also within the context of COVID-19, when there is a clear public interest request, the real challenge at the moment is who do you even ask, and how do we even facilitate a response that is methodological but also reliable. And so, absence that function, which we call anyway, and which we also discussed in the B2G data sharing group, which we call data stewards, or a data stewardship function, it's very hard to actually take out the transaction cost of engaging with the private sector, both within the private sector, but also from the public sector around repurposing data, because there is no designated kind of function. And we've seen, again, within the telecom sectors, several, of course, of those data stewardship functions emerging. We've seen it also in other sectors where there is a data for good kind of function. But we really need to professionalize that. And then we need to connect them in order to really make this more methodological, as opposed to always inventing as if this is a new kind of request. And so that will take out some of the transaction costs that we believe that is currently in place. It will also, the role of the data steward will also be not only to reflect on the societal case, but also what's the business case. And clearly, several already have pointed to that. In many cases, there is, of course, a strong societal case, which is why I feel corporations should obviously also step up, because I think, as we all know, part of the license to operate is to actually contribute to society. And I think that's one of the reasons why this is important to at least take notice. But in many cases, there is also a business case. And in some cases, that's reciprocity, i.e. I have access to other data, or I have access to domain expertise that I otherwise would not have. In some cases, it's better research. And I think research with regard to, for instance, new market opportunities that might emerge by actually having new insights on how society works. And in other cases, it's indeed even revenue. And I don't think we should be shy to talk about possible additional revenue streams as a result of working with the public sector, not only by having the public sector pay for it, but also by actually, anyway, developing new models of analysis that then can be monetized through other means. And we've seen this in many ways, that is actually one of the business cases for working with that. Now, once you have a strong demand, once you have actually a data stewardship environment, both in the public and the private sector, that can respond to the demand in a more systematic way, then you still need, of course, ways to de-risk the relationship. And I think that's another reason why it's important to actually have a legal or regulatory instrument that can de-risk some of the environments in which that sharing happens, both in risk for corporations, but also risks for individuals, of course. And so we do need to have a better governance environment. And the last thing I will say, Pencho, because I don't want to take too much time, is that we also, of course, need to make sure that people are trusting the way this is happening. And so we do need to think about a social license for B2G data sharing, because the previous panel already identified the challenges with consent. And I think the same challenge exists with regard to, of course, consent as it relates to using data that was collected for one purpose for another purpose. And I think we really have to start thinking about how do we acquire that kind of social license for B2G. Social license, of course, through deliberation, but also social license, for instance, through actually a more regulatory, secure environment in which that B2G data sharing happens.
Many thanks. We really appreciate your words. You know better than myself that we have convergence in the debate when it comes to competition and antitrust, especially since you have Lina Khan as a new commissioner in the United States. Do we have the same convergence in the debate when it comes to B2G? What's the situation in the States?
Well, meaning again, the States, of course, has a different approach. Meaning, I think what happens in the States is that a lot of those discussions with regard to B2G are actually evolving to the local level. Many cities have taken a proactive role, as also was referring by Carla and Simon, I guess. Many cities are taking a more proactive role with regard to actually shaping their data ecosystem, where they start thinking about how can we actually leverage the data that is collected within our city for our city. And we've seen many examples, and we are part of some of the examples here in New York, where actually, the city government are working together and quite often have regulatory mechanisms to enable collaboration around, for instance, mobility data. And so I think a lot of the discussion about B2G happens at the local level or at the state level, for that matter, when it comes to, for instance, healthcare. Now, there is, of course, a strong interest also within the statistical environment, because I think an important actor within this whole discussion, of course, that should not be ignored, are statistical offices that obviously have a duty to provide the best possible information to society, not just to government, on how society works. And I think there is a strong case to be made that if statistical offices provide better analysis, we will all be better off, and especially if it's more real time, so that the decisions both within the private and the public sector can be made better. And I think the statistical office within the US clearly is starting to look more and more into how they can access non-traditional data. And there are already multiple examples, similar as in Europe, where there are multiple examples. Now, again, those are quite often exploratory. There are one-offs. There is no sustainability model attached to it. And it's still pilot phase. And I think the real challenge to society is to really, how do we make this more in a trusted, systematic, and reliable way moving forward, so that we actually can really improve the way we go about making decisions. And I think we will see some action here within the US as well. Now, of course, this also happens within the OECD. This is not unique to Europe. and the OECD has also, of course, issued their recommendations with regard to B2G data sharing that is similar to some of the discussions that we've had today.
Thanks for mentioning OECD. We're going to have Christian in the next session regarding B2B data sharing. But we are having this discussion because of obvious public interest, Maria Rosaria. Across the EU, however, the notion of public interest is still quite uncertain and fragmented, in my opinion. Do you think there is a room for harmonization at European level?
Thanks for the question. Actually, it's not in the remit of the competencies of the European Union to define public interest for member states. In public interest really also depends on the history, on the culture, on the constitutional history of a country. And so it would be extremely difficult to come up with a definition of public interest that, would be valid for all the member states. And it's not really necessary. I mean, B2G for public interest will be done by public sector bodies that, in a way, by definition or by default, they operate for the interest of their constituencies or of their citizens. What is more important is to really streamline the process, to have precise safeguards in place, precise instructions on how, for example, a request for B2G has to be done, in which cases, which are the principles that apply. And I still gather that there are some misperception about what we are trying to do here. Of course, we don't think that the data that private companies collect is a let's say, a public good. We have some policies on open data, but those are about data that is produced by the public sector using public sector money. So there's no intention to try to treat the data of the public sector as a public commodity, of course. And all what we are going to do on B2G will be extremely respectful of the interest of the companies. We will not create any burden for companies. We will respect any existing legislation in terms of IP rights, trade secrets, as well as we will respect any legislation that deals with privacy, with data protection, etc. Even if I want to recall that the General Data Protection Regulation is already a legal basis for further processing of personal data in the public interest. But of course, B2G data sharing will in principle be more focused on non-personal data or anonymized data. And when any personal data will be required, it will be shared under the highest level of security and respecting all the existing legislation. And
maybe one additional question, because Jakob already mentioned, we have discussed, I think, 2018 with Malte Bayer, the guidelines at that time. And now we are basically 2-3 years later, and isn't it too early to conclude that the guidelines are not working and there is a real regulatory need? You made probably consultation. You made consultation before. Could you tell us a bit more? Why are you going really in this direction?
Because the non-binding principles that we published in 2018 have not created any sustainable, scalable, and systematic business-to-government data sharing system in Europe. We have some member states that are moving forward on this policy. For example, France, that has already been mentioned by the colleague. Finland has done something as well. We just want to provide an harmonized framework to make sure that there is not legal fragmentation, to make sure also that, for example, companies don't need to deal with 27 different legal regimes on how B2G has to be done. And then we also have conducted several online public consultations where stakeholders are telling us that B2G is really not happening, that the conditions are not clear, and it's the spirit of the data strategy of trying to improve sharing of data in Europe for the benefit of the society and of the economy. So the Data Act is trying to also implement the spirit of the data strategy. And the philosophy of B2G is that we really have tried to use more the data that is already there. As Stefan was saying, we are not asking for new data, it's data that is already collected. And one of the characteristics of data is that it can be used, shared, reused several times without being damaged. So we think that is the moment to, especially after the COVID crisis, especially after we see, what the changes of the climate changes and the crisis that we have to deal with every day. All these factors just shows us that we need to use data that is already collected, putting in place all the safeguards and respecting all the legislation, of course, but we need to use it more for the benefit of the society and the economy by respecting the rights of everyone.
Many thanks. The issue or the obligation would relate to public interest, but also to crisis situation. Jakob, I think this is one of the central issues when it comes to B2G. How do you perceive this issue? Why is that important?
I take the liberty to not answer your question, but to come to 4 points that I have on my list now.
But please go on, yeah.
But
you can take also the previous 4 points.
So, number one, when I listen to fragmentation and the fear of fragmentation in Europe, I want to highlight that we're talking about, indeed, France, Finland, and the UK, who's no longer in the EU. So I think we cannot say that 15, 16 member states have implemented an open data policy about business to government, and that's why we now need to harmonize. Second, I want to pick up what Stefan said, and I really liked everything he said. He summarized perfectly the 100-page expert report. Nobody has to read it anymore. But he talked about partnership. He talked about how to make this more systemic and sustainable. And I really want to be a bit provocative, asking whether forcing companies through a legal regime is the right way ahead for partnership. And I want to make a comparison to open data. So data of the taxpayer that lies somewhere in some public authorities. You mentioned, Penshu, the PSI, the Public Sector Information Directive. There's also the Data Governance Act that goes in the same direction. And they have created a legal regime that doesn't force public authorities to open up data for better use by private actors, because it's also reciprocal. We could use some public data as well. They don't force them. They just hand out a governance framework and set conditions, safeguards, how to do that better. And by the way, they can get adequately compensated. I don't know what adequate means, but it's in the law, so they charge money for that. And if I compare that now to the ideas of the Commission to force the private sector, not only talking about me, I mean, when we're talking about environment, this is not only telco, this is basically everybody. To force and send out data and in parts at no cost, I'm not sure that this is the win-win situation that I described earlier. Third, I have to say thrilled about the discussions that we're having now about opening up data by the private sector, while since 4 years we are discussing the e-privacy regulation, and you need to discuss it when you're talking about telecoms data. If I understand right, the Commission's plans are not only to free up anonymized data, it's also about personal data. And when we have fought for 4 years about further processing of communications data and trying to get the same flexibility as, rightfully said, it is enshrined in the GDPR, and it's not the case in the e-privacy, and we can only further process data if we have a consent or with anonymization, then I wonder how a 4-year-old, 5-year-old law matches with the ambition that we are seeing today in the EU data strategy. And the last point is about the definition of public interest and public purposes. I fully understand there is no harmonized definition of it, but I just want to send out a warning. You know, we would be very, very happy to incentivize and to increase cooperation with public authorities. And we do not yet see too many demands coming. We've seen it a lot in the pandemic, sometimes very, very uncoordinated. Some ministries, some Bundesländer calling through, hey, do you have some data lying around that you can somehow send over per email and try to help us fight the pandemic? I'm just saying it a bit, you know, overstretched, because there is indeed no real governance system, and we would appreciate such a government system. We would appreciate maybe also having some kind of a public register that somehow shows the availability of data by the private sector. No problem about it. But what I want to say is, if we come into a situation where every member state and every region can define for itself what a public interest purpose is, and based on that approach any company asking every month or every 3 months for some data, then we have a problem. And that's why I can only pledge that whatever is going to be written in this Data Act is indeed narrowly defined, clearly defined, so that we as the private sector have legal certainty when we need to or want to hand out data. And again, last point, I would really like to make the pledge: continue voluntary cooperation, but provide a guidance framework on the how of the communication. And if it doesn't work, fine, come with the obligation. But for now, that's what you rightfully said, Pencho, it's 3 years ago. I don't really see the market failure. Is it an interest in general to somehow increase cooperation? Yes, we're fully committed to it. But does it mean forcing private actors to hand out data? I'm not sure. I think there's a middle way.
I think the notion in the inception impact assessment was referring to crisis situation, and definitely defining crisis situation is not that simple.
No, and sorry, I forgot one last point, if I may. And that's what there is indeed an inception impact assessment from the Commission, and we were startled by one sentence. The sentence said, we do not have enough cooperation because the private sector doesn't hand out the data, and the public sector could do so much in terms of analysis with such data. And there I have to concur what the colleagues before said. We do not see from our experience that the public sector is ready to deal with the analysis by itself. As a matter of fact, they ask us to do analysis, and we very much are enthusiastic to doing that. We're also doing this as a business, indeed. So we need to be careful not to carve out initiatives that we're already doing on the ground. And so I would just pledge more also for, and I think the expert group says it, increasing skills, resources, not only on the private sector side, but also on the public sector side, to be able to handle the data. Because what I don't want to see, last sentence, is that we are sending out data to a public authority, and the public authority outsources the data to some big company that is capable to do so, because then we are indeed the dump pipe that the telecoms always complain about.
Many thanks. I would continue the discussion in the same sphere, but I would like to ask something else, Carla. If challenges for increased B2G data sharing are not technical at heart, but rather organizational, legal, cultural, and political in nature, what do you think are the most pressing ones, and how do you think they could be overcome?
Well, I think I can very easily follow up on what Jakob has said, because he's mentioned very important points. First, I think, and here I have to disagree with the Commission, I think we're looking at the wrong level, and as Stefan has said, most of B2G is happening at the local level. So I am also doubtful how to define a public interest from the level of the European Union. I'm not even sure it's necessary. But on the local level, you already have fragmentation. So in Germany, in several Bundesländern, like for example Hamburg, Baden-Württemberg, Schleswig-Holstein, they have already data sharing obligations for utilities in terms of heat and electricity consumption. Now, in one state, businesses have to cover the costs, in one they don't. In one state, personal data can be processed, in another they can't. So we have fragmentation, we have legal uncertainty, and I think that needs to be addressed. Second, I think that's the first challenge. The second challenge is personal data. It's the elephant in the room. Most of the data, especially when we're talking about the local level, it is produced by citizens, and it can be personal. It can be even useful, right? I mean, and the GDPR in Article 6 clearly allows for processing of personal data in terms of public interest. As Maria has mentioned, that's a very clear sign to open up for national interests and national contexts. So there is a possibility, but we need a broad discussion. And of course, I mean, in terms of Germany, Article 6 GDPR is not in itself a justification for that. We need a parliamentary law. We don't need, and also a general framework would not be sufficient. We need a specific law with a specific purpose.
Many thanks. Having in mind the time, Simon, if you would, I know you're advising your government, but if you would advise at this moment the Commission, what would you say?
Okay, so it was okay for Jakob not to answer your question, so I was wondering...
You are going to avoid. Okay, you can avoid.
To answer your question. No, basically, I'm not sure I have any advice to give to the Commission, but maybe something we should really, really focus on is that question of the people and the public perception when it comes to that question. Last year in France, we made a public consultation, and basically it was just a website, and we gave people 10 different use cases of potential use of privately held data for public interest. And we, for instance, you have one use case about how could local public authorities access data from job boards, such as LinkedIn, to better understand the local job markets, for instance. We made very, very clear that none of these use cases involved personal data. Still, we were really shocked by the level of criticism that we received online. Basically, the public perception of that is not so clear, and for many reasons. The first one is, I think there is some kind of GDPR halo effect, in meaning that for many people, they've seen that as a risk to their privacy, even though we were very, very careful to say, okay, this is not, we are not speaking about personal data. That's the first point. And the second one, it comes directly back to the question of who defines the public interest, meaning that many people ask us, okay, you said that it's public interest because you are the government or you are the local public authorities. So by design, you are in charge of the public interest. But I will question that. I'm not sure that for many Europeans, we can say that public interest is just the thing that government, national and local one, are in charge of.
Many thanks. Dear Stefan, if you could reflect on what was previously said and maybe your final conclusions.
Yeah, I mean, a lot was said, and I'm going to pick up your question as well. Is that if we would think about prioritization, are there ways that we can prioritize certain kinds of interventions that might accelerate some of the systematic, sustainable, and responsible access to privately held data? And from my point of view, having worked now for the last 8 or 9 years with the private sector and the public sector on those issues, there's one big takeaway, which is that there is no one way of doing this, and there are X amount of variables that need to be taken into account to structure the partnership that is fit for purpose. Because I think exactly it has to be purpose-led, but that also means that there are different ways of addressing the way we go about addressing the purpose, and that's why we have come to the realization that this requires an investment in a new function, which we call the data stewards function, both within the private and the public sector, that actually can figure this out by having an ongoing kind of relationship and partnership building effort. And if there is one thing that would help is that if actually we would have that kind of cadre of data stewards across the private sector, but also within the public sector, because there was already a discussion about the lack of capacity. But one of the reasons why there's a lack of capacity or fragmentation for that matter with regard to the demand from the public sector is because we need to have that kind of function that can translate the need into a question and then can figure out what is then actually required in order to start answering that question in terms of data assets, but also in terms of the operational model for doing so. And I think if we would have that kind of human infrastructure, then I think a lot of the transaction costs would be taken out, and we would actually have over time a more methodological way of doing this. And so from my point of view, that's something that we really need to invest in, and anyway, could make a difference. And that could be at the local level, at the national level, but I think it's really a new kind of profession that we need in order to facilitate that kind of stewardship function.
Many thanks, dear Stefan. Dear Maria Rosaria, I hope that the opinion of experts is valuable to DG Connect, especially at this stage. If you could reflect on what was previously said and your final remarks.
Yes, of course. It's really appreciated. Now, I just want to make clear once again that B2G data sharing is not about opening up data for companies. It is not about opening up personal data of European citizens. And this has to be very clear because this is the kind of narrative that disqualifies B2G. B2G is using data that has already been collected in a secure way, in a trusted way, for the benefit of the society. Thank you.
Many thanks. I would give the final words first to Jakob and then to Carla.
I think I said so much in my previous one. I'll hand it over to Carla.
Okay.
Well, I would like to pick up one point from you that you said, and I certainly agree also what you have said, Simo, the resources and responsibilities of the public body. Yeah, of course we need the resources to handle the data, and a public body has certain responsibilities. They need to be able to do a quality control of the data, etc. Where I don't agree is this kind of outsourcing, because that's what the public sector is already doing, right? I mentioned the example of mobility data in the beginning. You already have planning bureaus that collect and gather and analyze data for the public sector. This is standard. This is actually what we call the slim state. This has been happening for decades. Of course, we can also do it with business to government data. We talk about data access. Who handles the data is a different question. Of course, under the supervision with the responsibility of a public body.
Many thanks. I hope there will be opportunity to discuss the final act at one point. But this discussion I really enjoyed. And now we are coming to the second part of this discussion. Many thanks, first of all, to you. I would like to invite Marion Glatron from the city of Rennes. Marion is working for a very long time in the field of open data. Data governance is not a new topic for the city of Rennes. And we have invited Marion to tell us a concrete story when it comes to B2G data sharing. We have presentation, and I hope it will work. So Marion, please, we are really happy that you have come from Rennes to tell your story.
Well, thank
Successful
you.
Story.
Successful, I hope so. Thank you very much for inviting me and inviting the city of Rennes to present our work on data. I just try to put on the presentation. Does it work?
Yeah.
Yes. To begin with, maybe some words on where I'm speaking from. Just a quick overview of what is Rennes. Rennes is a city and an area of 450,000 inhabitants, gathering 43 municipalities. And I must say we have a strong ecosystem of universities, startups, and non-profit organizations working together, and it's quite important to stress that point. We were the first French city to launch open data back in 2010, and we've been experimenting what we call the local data public service since 2018. Just after the bill that Simon mentioned just before. So this is where I speak from. Just to remind, and I will be very quick on that point, that nowadays there is no local public policies without data. It's true for nursery or school enrollment. It's true also in public transportation and mobility. In this photo, you can see service mobility on demand for disabled and elderly people. For instance, it's a service that we put in place in Rennes. It's true also for the reduction of wastes, public housing or flood protection. These are a few examples of where data is required to operate the public services. But you all know this. Well, my point can stand as follows. First, the national legislative instrument is of great help to access privately held data. It's true, for instance, in France since 2015 with the law for energy transition. It has been also a great improvement with the Digital Republic law. And, for instance, and lately, the law for climate and resilience, which opens up new fields of data, of privately held data to public action. What I want to stress, it's my second point, is it's not self-sufficient. What I mean by this is, whereas there are obligations for private sector to open their data, to share their data with local or national governments, there is still a great effort to give in making it effective. For instance, the data is not always available, and I would just like to take an example on that. In the waste field, we have a provider of service, household waste collecting, and they have to give us data on the weight of household waste bins. And this data nowadays is not of sufficient quality for us to exploit it. So the data is not always available as it should be. This is the first point. And it's an effort and a negotiation with the provider of this service to give a proper and exploitable data to the local government. The second point is that the data due to the local authority is not always accessible. What I mean by that, and we take another example, it's also in the waste field. We have developed our own LoRa network in order to make it possible for the municipality to have its own data. And we have the drop-offs, the voluntary drop-off stations where you can throw away your sort of some kinds of waste. And we had put sensors, LoRa sensors, inside these containers, in order that we can have a total hand on this data. And what we didn't had in mind exactly is that this data is going from the sensors to a network server and then to a data server, but it's not ours. It means inside the contract it was not clear where the data flows would go to. So even when the framework exists, it's an effort to have a real hand on the data. And my last point on that, not being self-sufficient, the framework, legislative national framework, is that the local authority, and it was stressed in the previous panel, the local authority is not always prepared to deal with these data, and it's a matter of competences, skills, tools, finances. Third point, there is a local legislative national framework. It's not self-sufficient. And if we want to activate it and to go a little beyond this framework, it is very useful to build a local framework for cooperation with private actors. And I want to take an example in the energy sector. Just to remind that since 2015, the law enforces the energy distributors to share their data at a scale of 2,000 inhabitants or at the address, as long as there are more than 10 electricity meters at the same address. So. And it's by activity sectors, and of course it respects personal data protection and sensitive business information. It was a great improvement because we had on the table really more detailed data than we had before. Data concerning consumption, production, electricity grids, and renewable energies. So it was a great improvement, and I think that this national framework is an incentive for beginning to share data and look at it very precisely. I have to confess that it's not enough for local decision making. For instance, if you want to target actions for energy efficient renovations of buildings, or planning for renewable energy production, or putting smart grids in place. And this is why I want to stress now what the local framework for cooperation can bring. Telling that at a local scale, there is an experimentation led in a cooperative way with Rennes Métropole, which you can see on the slide, but also the local agency for urbanism and the two distributors, which are national actors, GRDF and Enedis. And it takes ground on a collaborative background in which several experimentations have been laid before. And I mentioned some of them with the logo you can see on the slide. So the experimentation aims at defining a local mapping based on a fine knowledge of the territory that the local level can have, and to project energy consumption data on this new and fine mapping of the city, of the territory. Just a quick presentation of what I'm speaking about. It's a fine mapping based on the morphological knowledge of the territory, which means if you have more residential quarters or activity quarters, and when the buildings date back from. So, for instance, we can project physical data on this mapping, building heights, for instance, jointness, building volumes, the age of the buildings, but also vegetation. You can project environmental data on that scale, and that's useful for preventing urban heat islands, for instance, or limiting soil sealing. And this is what we used to project energy consumption data on that what we call morphological blocks, and I'm sorry for this barbarism. And this projection enables a better understanding of the consumption profiles in a district at a very fine scale. And it needs to mix data sources, for instance, real data for collective housing, but for the individual housing, we had to use theoretical data And this theoretical data is made of a mix, a cross of different data sources. And my last point of the presentation is that I want to go to the another dimension of the public local cooperation between public and private actors, stressing that we're trying to build a local data sharing platform which is multilateral. So we skip from a bilateral cooperation framework to a multilateral framework. The idea is to share what we've built with some particular actors, private actors, to share it and to make it possible for other actors to profit on what we've built together. And the platform we're trying to build is called RUDI, for REN Urban Data Interface. It's financed by European Union in an initiative called Urban Initiative Actions. It's for 3 years, and we have 12 partners involved in that, in the development of that platform. And it addresses 3 kinds of public: the citizens, and the idea is to make it possible for the citizens to know what data we have on them and to access it and to exert their digital rights. It's a platform which is also accessible for data producers, be it national data producers or local smaller producers, and there is a wide variety of that type of producers of data. And the third public is made of what we call reusers or project holders, which come there to find data necessary for them to build their services. It can be private services or public services. So we have got 3 years to build that platform. And it's a matter of technical developments, but also of governance issues, which is, by that I mean legal issues, but also decision-making issues, economical issues also, and legal issues, of course. So this platform we're building, and I was really grateful to the debate we had yesterday and this morning, because I looked at this platform with another perspective, and I asked myself, okay, this platform we are building, is it a local and public data intermediary? Is it a soft infrastructure, as Marianne said yesterday? Is there here a role for a local data steward, and how to define it? Is it simply a local data governance that we are building? I think it's a mix of all these concepts that were discussed these days. And I want to finish my presentation stressing the challenge, reminding the challenge that we defined at the beginning of the project. And the challenge is to make it possible for local stakeholders to produce high-quality services using local data while respecting privacy and, of course, the values of public service. And that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Many thanks, dear Marianne. So I think it's always important not to discuss subjects at theoretical level, but to have really concrete examples. And now, following your last slide, maybe you're asking yourself, is maybe Data Governance Act also addressing my platform? But having in mind the previous discussion regarding the Data Act, do you believe that initiatives at European level could improve your work at local level?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I have to mention that we contributed to the consultation previously to the issue of the Data Act in preparation. Yes, I think it's important for us to have a national framework enforcing private sector to share their data, and I gave example of that. But I think it's also necessary for the European framework to work on it, because we as a city, we have not enough power and enough strength to deal with all the private sector actors.
Meaning so, from negotiating point of view?
Yes, of course. And we are not such a little city. I mean, there are smaller cities than ours. So it's a matter of gathering together to make it possible to share the private health sector data on a basis that is common to different cities, for example. And I think the Europe has a great work to do on that point. And helping the city to gather and to make it possible for us not to negotiate with every private actor.
Many thanks. So I really enjoyed the discussion with you. It was really a pleasure finding out your best case from Rennes. Dear guests, dear followers in the live stream, now we have a small break and then we continue at, what's the time now? 2020. We continue at 1:15 with the virtual panel on B2B data sharing with Jörg Hoffmann, Michael Dose, and Begonia González Otero from the Max Planck Institute, and Christian Comunazze from the OECD. So we meet at 1:15. See you later. Many thanks. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the break to the European Data Summit. As you know, the upcoming Data Act has another part which is devoted to the so-called business-to-business data sharing. I'm glad to introduce the next speakers, Jörg Hoffmann from the Max Planck Institute for Innovation and Competition, Christian Reimsbach-Kohnatze from the OECD, Michael Dose from the Federation of German Industries, the BDI, and this panel will be moderated by my dear colleague Begoña González Otero from the Max Planck Institute. Dear Bego, the floor is yours, the virtual floor.
Thank you, Pencho. Thank you very much. So I have the feeling that Christian still couldn't join us, but I hope he will eventually very soon. So, well, first, thank you. It's an honor to be here, even if virtually, at the head of representation of the European Commission. And so without further delay, before we start with the discussion with our dear guests, I would just like to recap a little bit and set a bit the scene when we're talking about the issues regarding B2B data sharing. So, and especially because we're at the head of representation of the European Commission, I mean, it's a kind of must that we need to use digital commissioner and also German lawyer Guten Oettinger, who back in the day already stated that data is this infrastructural asset for the digital economy. I mean, he was one of the first that referred to data as a new oil and asked the question up front, what our legal system says about that. How can we capture the value embodied in the data? And if we're talking today about Data Act and different regulatory approaches toward more data sharing, I mean, we owe that in part also to him. Around the same time that Oettinger came with this idea, we also, maybe many of you know Professor Yuval Noah Harari. He is a bestseller author and a philosopher. And at the Davos Forum, in the World Economic Forum, he already warned about the risk of big data and the future of humanity. I mean, he said that those who control the data will control the future, not just of humanity, but the future itself. And this is quite of a big statement. And this is because data is the most critical asset in the world. So in this scenario, one of the key questions is how do we manage data as an asset in the society and the economy? And because if we don't consider this question, and that's why when we're talking about this Brussels effect, it becomes so relevant, we could be overwhelmed by unexpected reactions and unwanted disruptions. So how do we design a system of distributed fairness? Now we have heard Francesca Bria today, so other speakers touching upon this concept already. So when we look at the current debate, both at the regulatory and the scholarly level, what can do is identify 4 different dimensions where data as an asset plays a critical role. And the first dimension is the digitization, the Industry 4.0, the digitization of the value chain, where the Internet of Things is one of the most evident examples. A second dimension, what we can see is data-driven innovation that is based on the repurposing of the use of collected data. There has been a fantastic discussion about also this combination of data and what might happen from the DMA perspective. And we have also seen examples in the automotive sector, also in the financial sector. So probably we can hear more about that from our speakers today. We also have a third dimension where AI and the big data morphing into AI, it's also key. So how can we foster AI training and development? And of course, the fourth dimension, going back to the DMA, it's the arrival of monopolization differences. Who controls the data? How do we distribute the value of data that is generated? Is there too much accumulation? That has also been discussed along the 3 days of this summit. So when it comes to B2B data sharing, it seems, however, that there is an issue there, that the sharing or data access of private data is not working as well as it could. There are several reports that have pointed into that direction, and others that also point to the existence of market failures and also the need for regulatory intervention. So with all this scenario in mind, I would like to get the thoughts from our still two speakers at least. Let's see whether Christian can join us. That will be fantastic. But for now, I mean, I would like to gather the thoughts from Dr. Michael Rosser, who is representing here. He's a senior manager of the Bundesverband der Deutschen Industrie, so he's representing the Federation of German Industries, and also from my dearest colleague, Jörg Hoffmann, who is a research fellow, a colleague of mine, and he has a lot of contributions on how to safeguard innovation via data governance regulation. So my first question is, with this scenario in mind, do you think that this scenario that I just depicted, it's a right one, or did I make any false assumption? Do you think there is a need for legal intervention? And if there might be, based on your own experiences, do you think there is a right, wrong regulatory approach, hard law, soft law, horizontal approaches, sectorial approaches? What are your thoughts on that? Please, Michael.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vigo. And first of all, thanks for the invitation and the organization of this summit in these tough times. Really much appreciated. I think we can agree on this scenario you suppose. Regarding B2B data sharing, we totally agree on the fact that we need more availability, use, and exchange of data to realize somehow the full potential of the data economy in Europe. And therefore, we totally support the idea of the European data strategy, which has a very holistic approach with the legal framework as the first pillar, the trustworthy cloud infrastructure as the second one, competences, which are quite important, the third one, and the developing of data spaces as the fourth. But as you have mentioned, we have a very, very complex ecosystem, which is very much under construction and which is very much on developing. And if we now have a look at the regulatory side, we have to take this into our mind that we have a heterogeneous industry landscape when it's about use and exchange of data. We have several business models with different interests of the parties, and the best way to solve those different interests is to make specific contractual agreements, so B2B data sharing in case of voluntary B2B contracts. But we also see that we have different kind of ways how to share data. About intermediaries, the summit has discussed this before. We have a lot of B2B platforms, such as IoT platforms. We as a BDI just published a paper where we put out just over 100 German digital B2B platforms. We have the upcoming data spaces. So we see that there is collaboration ongoing in and between the sectors. But as you mentioned before, we see also that we have uncertainty in the market. And so this is how does the data economy fit with the regulatory current framework, with the ongoing initiatives. And when we now have a look at the upcoming Data Act, so we don't have the proposal right now, so it's like a little bit like a prediction, but what we can say is, for us, we don't see like a structural market failure in the B2B sector that would justify a very strict horizontal approach within the Data Act. Maybe these are the first words.
Thank you, Michael. So what is your take on that, Jörg?
Yeah, so again, also from my side, thanks a lot for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you for putting such a nice summit together. Yeah, so so my quick reaction to that would actually be, I mean, you depicted so many different scenarios, Vigo, that somehow I think are extremely difficult to address within one law. And I think this is also one of the biggest issues that we are currently facing, that looking at the different potential ratio legacies in the laws, it becomes extremely complex to assess it from that perspective. And I think this is one of the key points that we need to talk about. So what is the ultimate goal eventually? And now taking on Michael, I mean, looking at the DMA, we are really looking at disparities of bargaining power. So we basically have this B2B constellation in mind. There comes a lot of different scenarios that are still not really clear. I think a wonderful example that we can take as a reference point in here is also the current debate that we have in Germany and that we see with the 10th Amendment of the Antitrust Code, for example, where paragraph 20 and the concept of data dependence was also developed. And also here, I think it's extremely difficult to really assess what data constellations are actually envisioned. And I do agree that there is a lot of heterogeneity, and I also do agree that there are a lot of different data constellations in place. And I think managing or kind of trying to develop a legal system on such a horizontal level that really takes due respect to actually the kind of issues that come with specific data constellations is one of the biggest tasks that we are actually having. And I think exactly there, the first thing that really is important is exactly what is the eventual goal that we are aiming for? And is it somehow an obligation for undertakings to foster innovation? I think that would be something that we really need to be clear up front. You also see that in the different options that are currently being developed. Or is it rather something where we are only looking at specific IoT constellation with very complex stakeholders involved? I also see a lot of third-party constellations in there that are still not sufficiently addressed. And I think here it becomes extremely relevant. Also, you talked about the innovation aspect of it. I mean, AI pretty much has a lot of potential, but we are not talking about data that might be needed for actually training certain AI-specific purposes. So I think there's a multitude of different constellations. We just need to be really clear on what is the take on the legislature on that. And then we need to conceptualize that better within that reality that we are currently living in.
Good, thank you. I mean, yeah. So I think it's a really good takeaway. So first, we need a clear goal when it comes to regulatory intervention, and second, the need for really try to conceptualize. Because as you both pointed, we have such a huge amount of so complex dimensions, scenarios that need to be addressed, and not all of them. So one size fits all, it won't help here. That's exactly. So you also mentioned. Sorry, you also mentioned that third-party constellations are also really important, and on that I would like to follow up on something that also in a report from the BDI was pointed, if I remember based on conversations with Michael also, that when we look at fears also from the private sector in order to share more data, that there are normally privacy concerns. I know GDPR has been discussed during these past 3 days a lot, but I think it's also important that we take upon here privacy concerns, but also fear that trade secrets or misappropriation by others could be also here when we're sharing, or when companies are sharing data. So do you think, legal intervention, it's a solution here, or we should let the market try to solve this problem? Or, how could these fears be overcome? What will be your take on this aspect, on these fears, to share?
Yeah, thank you very much. You mentioned it totally right. Yeah, we have these uncertainties regarding the current legal framework. You mentioned the GDPR. We have the same discussions with cooperation, which we need to increase the data use and exchange. We have to cooperate, and also competitors in the market have to cooperate. And then you have the competition side. So where is the how far can you go with the cooperation to not get punished from competition law side? And to make a little bit evidence, or to give a little bit of evidence in this discussion, we published a study starting this year together with the IW Köln Institut der deutschen Wirtschaft called Datenwirtschaft in Deutschland. And what we found out in a representative survey out of 500 industry companies, that only 28% of the surveyed companies are digital regarding their data management. So they have the ability to deal with data somehow. So yeah, so they are just those 28% who can take part or can participate in the data economy at all. And we also asked, this was the second part of this study, what are the big obstacles you see when it comes to the economic use of data? And 85% of the companies gave the answer that we have legal uncertainties regarding the GDPR, so that we have like gray zones, gray areas in the GDPR. And my interpretation of this, and this is also something we have to keep in mind when we're talking about the Data Act and in this uncertainty discussion we are now doing, is it is not about decreasing the level of data protection, which is needed. It is even more to find technical solution, to find bridges which where you can have a very high data protection standard, which we have in Europe, but even as well have the opportunity to use and exchange data in an economic way. And for this reason, data anonymization comes into the discussion, in my point of view, because this is a nice tool to foster both aspects. You are out of the GDPR because there's no personal data anymore, and you can use the data for economic purposes. But right now, there's a big uncertainty on how anonymization in practice is what kind of anonymization level is needed to be GDPR compliant. So there's also a lot of uncertainty, and what is happening in the current situation, that companies refuse to deal with a business case when they want to do some economic aspects on using and exchanging data because of the possible law break in GDPR or in competition law. And I think we have to find those bridges that makes the current framework, from the current framework to the new framework when we are looking at data exchange and data use.
Thank you. Good. So any reaction to that, Jörg?
No.
Wait a second, because right now we cannot hear you. I think there is a technical issue.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree that there is a lot of legal uncertainty if we talk about data protection. I mean, anonymization pretty much is actually what is one of the key solutions to that. But I do agree that we still have a lot of uncertainty. And also, I think we need to think that a bit broader again, that also what happens if I have certain specific usages of data. And I think there is also, at least from a scientific point of view, some new work been done from an econ perspective where, I mean, also anonymized data can at some point have certain detrimental effects if you use it, for example, with the big techs that might actually have better insights and they can come up with some personalization and pricing that might also be actually able if data is still anonymized. And I think here the question would rather again be like what data is really needed and what are potential adverse effects that also come with the data. Yes, so that would be probably the go from a scientific point of view, but I still do agree that the GDPR it's an extremely valuable tool that we have. And I mean, we heard over these days that it's currently being updated. We still have a lack on enforcement. We still have a lack of clarity on a lot of different views. So we see that in the Facebook case, for example, where the purpose limitation is pretty much now being more generally discussed also from the CTU in that case, which eventually hopefully gives us a better understanding of these really abstract principles. So I somehow do agree on that. I think also regarding some other points, because you mentioned, for example, I think one is the IP sphere, where we need to talk about intellectual property and particularly the database sui generis right. I think I'm really happy that the database sui generis right is being addressed in the Data Act. I think here it's not very clear what is meant with machine-generated data in general. We need clarity on that part. From the very beginning, and I think it was quite clear, always kind of criticized also from the scientific sphere that the database sui generis right had pretty much like dysfunctional effects in any ways. And we were questioning whether the kind of innovation incentive that should become with it is actually really working or not. And I think this is clearly now a good and a right step forward. Yet I also think there are other copyright laws that we need to think. And one relates then obviously to the database work. So far, the legal threshold for originality is quite high. So we don't have the sweat of the brow concept anymore, which kind of set a really low standard. But nonetheless, I think here we also need to assess what exactly is then being protected under that sphere. And here limitations and exceptions under the DSM directive are just not really well drafted, and we still have possibilities to overcome that by contractual means. So it also is something that I think here again, we should broaden up the debate, plus the content that might be actually be protected by copyright. Here we need clarity on that point as well. And then obviously the API discussion is really back on the table. I mean, it should not be protected under copyright. I think we had the SCOTUS decision that rather is not really focusing on that point yet. I think also in the European case law, it's quite clear that the merger doctrine and seen unfair was pretty much telling us that no, we don't have that yet. I think it's clear. It's not clear as well whether it might be software protected or not. So we just need clarity on that point. And I think, yes, what would be the right way in the very end? I mean, I think if we have the access regime, we should be pretty clear that this one's the prevailing kind of system in that context, instead of having the duty to then license something in parallel again. So we kind of need that to be cleared up front again. And yeah, that would be my go on it. Yet also, I mean, still, what is still important, despite this idea of creating more access and these commons that are currently also being discussed in the scientific sphere, that we should pretty much open data, because it might create actually the value of a lot of firms. This is also something that is more and more in the discussion. I think here, yeah, we still need to look at really the investment incentives, but also assess whether they really are there. And I think the Latvian case, for example, can be a nice example where the Court of Justice pretty much looked at it with a more investment incentive perspective on it. So I also think here, yeah, there is a lot going on, but we need to be clear on a still couple of points that are not solved yet.
Thank you both. At this point, I would just like to call back Pencho, because I see that we're running, time it's flying actually. And I do have one more point that I would like to address, but I don't know if you want to open the floor to questions, Pencho?
Sure. You have enough time, so please continue.
Okay, good.
Till
so,
2 p.m.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, I mean, one of the other, we need, inevitably, I think, we need to touch upon these leaked documents that, I mean, from the Data Act, you know, these, at least some aspects, you know, of this impact assessment that it's all over the internet. We don't have a legal text, that's for sure, so we don't know exactly what's going to come. But it seems that when one reads through the lines of this impact assessment, and also, you know, many of the other documents that have been published by the Commission during the data strategy, no, within the data strategy and these policies, there is an idea of fairness, no, behind, no, these, like the European Council referred to this greater and fair use in B2B in particular, no, data for the benefit of society, you know. So I would like to get your take on that too, because when we're looking at the constellations in business to business, and we, of course, I mean, fairness as a society goal, no, it's something that we all want, let's say. But when we're looking into this particular constellation, no, when we also have the freedom to run a business, and suddenly we incorporate maybe fairness, no, from a more obligatory point of view, let's say, no, then things start like crushing, no, or making a bit of noise, no, they are not so smooth. So what will be your thoughts on that, Michael and Jörg?
Yeah, I think regarding fairness, I think we have all the common understanding that we want to have fair contracts. But at least I'm not sure if we're talking about B2B constellation, and even though B2C constellation, I'm not sure if I have signed any contract. I also signed contracts where I had the feeling that it's not really fair what I just do. And in the B2B context, we have to be very careful to regulate in this field, because I think freedom of contract is a very core value in contract law, or in European law especially. And yeah, when we had a look at the first documents of the European Commission from the inception impact assessment and the public consultation, we were wondering, because the B2B fairness test was linked to the situation that you have an imbalance in bargaining power. And this is something where I have not understood what will be the scope. Yeah, so it's quite normal that also in B2B constellation that you have a difference in bargaining power, but this doesn't lead at all to the fact that you can have fair contracts. And I think this could also lead to a lot of uncertainty, because, yeah, where's the scope of bargaining power? How do you describe it? Is it the sales revenue difference between those companies? Is it the size of the companies, or the amount of data? So that maybe a small and medium enterprise has a high bargaining power against a bigger one. So I think. Yeah, it's like a prediction. Yeah, we have to be very careful to try to make like a fairness issue in this whole data ecosystem, because I don't think that fairness is like a sufficient legal term to fix the problems that we really have.
Thank you, Michael. Jörg?
Yeah, it's very interesting, because it goes back to kind of the first remark that I did, because it again really relates to the goals that we envision in that. And I agree with Michael that the fairness concept is quite, ambiguous in that context. If we really follow the track of B2B constellations and disparities of bargaining power, then obviously, yes, we need to look at this particular relationship, and then, assessing it is difficult. But again, if it comes to data sharing, I mean, public interests are involved, and that's also true. So if we do share data, general welfare is actually increased in at least certain circumstances, and that kind of makes it more complex to assess fairness in these contexts. And I mean, we currently see that in the DMA, where we also talk about fairness, and it's at least, I mean, looking at antitrust laws, for example, we always had a concept that stems from individual economic rights and also kind of the more general public interest behind it, because open and competitive markets actually help for innovation and to create more competition. And I think this is exactly what we also need to like overcome and reconceptualize in the context of data sharing, because fairness might mean something else. And it not only becomes relevant in the access constellation itself, but also on the modalities of it. And I think here, I mean, a front test would be extremely interesting, but what does front actually in that context mean? Again, right, like with a more competition-centered viewpoint, you have United Brands, you kind of have the cost-profit test, and then you assess specific, whether kind of the cost, what I pay and the economic value in the end are reasonable. So that relationship should be reasonable. And I wonder how to actually kind of measure the economic value in data, because we still don't really have comparative markets to assess what fairness from a price perspective might mean. And also, I mean, looking at really complex systems in data sharing constellation, the question will ultimately arise, who am I supposed to share my data with? Is it only the person that I'm currently contracting with? We have that in Article 20, for example, where really last minute, or like where at least a discussion came up, and now it is in the law that you don't actually need a contractual relationship. So what happens if we don't really have that and you still get access despite not having an already existing business relation? And I think these are just, again, a lot of questions that need to be raised and that we really need to answer in that context to get clarity. Because for me, again, fairness has a lot of different connotations. It's a conundrum in some way. And in the end, I think we really need to, again, be clear and need to conceptualize it better in the data access constellations that we are looking at.
Good. Yes, indeed. So we're, again, going back now to this idea of conceptualization, which is key when we're looking at these, in specific, not to this legal upcoming text or proposal, this regulation, the Data Act, and clarity on goals. No, that's one of the two of the main takeaways that we have for now. But now, because we want to have some time for questions, but I would like to kind of wrap up these with you trying to be a bit more utopian, no? So, you have your own experiences, you have done also a lot of research, either from a more practical, or theoretical, and you have read a lot about that, you have been very involved. So if we look at the upcoming Data Act, we have some documents around the INSEPT impact assessment, the draft. We don't have the legal test, but if you will have to be, utopian and in your personal opinion, based on your own experience, what do you think might be 2 or 3 key considerations on top of goal orientation and this need of conceptualization that when we're looking at this scenario B2B regulatory tool, let's say, should consider? And what do you think might be important shortcomings? So what to do, what not to do, the to do and not to do that from a policy perspective, no? So whoever wants to start, please.
Okay, I can start. Yeah, thanks. I always wanted to be a legislator, so thanks for the opportunity. Well, regarding the Data Act, I would suggest to really have a clear view on this whole ecosystem, and to not to look only on the legal side, also to impose the economic and the technical aspects. And we always have to keep in mind that we have to find a balance between the interests of the companies, of the data holders, and the companies who want to have access. Yeah, both parties have legal claims. They have interests, and you have to balance it. And you really have to take care that you, with a horizontal approach and a horizontal regulation, that you don't destroy these small plants that are coming out of this data ecosystem. The second one I mentioned at the beginning, try to harmonize it with other legal frameworks, which are for now are not in the core perspective of the Data Act. I just don't want to repeat it, but these are the things I've said before. This is kind of a very, very important stuff that we find a right balance. And yeah, maybe I leave it at this for now.
Okay, thank you. Jörg?
Yeah, Michael, now it's a bit difficult to add on something on that, because I do agree on a couple of things that you just said, because I also see that we really need to be specific on the data constellation, because in certain constellations, we simply don't need a kind of extremely specific technical design of access. In some others, we really do need real-time access. We need the APIs. We need standardized APIs, ideally. And this again, it really reflects again on really the specific scenario that we're looking at. If it's for just making enforcement pretty much workable, like Article 15 of the GDPR, for example, is looking at, then we don't necessarily need actually extremely high developed interoperability obligations. Whereas in other cases, it's extremely important. And I also see that, for example, in the PSD2, it's a wonderful example where real-time access is actually helping a lot. But here it's again interesting to see that there are a lot of other interests in play where, it's about engaging consumers, about really furthering switching of consumers in certain circumstances. Because here, these are different interests again, and this makes it again so difficult to address. And this is also, I think, one of the key takeaways or remarks that I want to draw is we also need to overcome that issue that there are certain already existing kind of sector-specific ecosystems in place, and we add now a horizontal level on it. I do agree that we need cross-sectoral data sharing, and it's really wonderful, but I'm still wondering how to overcome specific issues that arise with the standardized data, for example, that we have in specific sectors, and how to really make that feasible on this horizontal level. And I really have the fear that, and this also goes back to what Michael said in the beginning, that only 28% of German companies are actually kind of ready for making use of these services. And I really wonder how we can create a really inclusive policy in that. I think one first step is clearly, I mean, opening up data and making it just possible. However, I'm also wondering what potential adverse effects might be, because in the end, it will actually benefit already existing kind of really fit companies and in that sphere. And I am a fan of, again, like cross-sectoral data sharing, but again, we need to be just aware of potential adverse effects in that context as well. And I think last but not least, again, I think it's important if three parties are involved in a lot of different constellations and we only look at two of them, I wonder what that means from a liability perspective. I wonder what it means from a perspective of enforcement. Is it better to design these rights for the third party, that what we typically have in antitrust constellations, for example, because they better know what data they need, what actually access they actually need, and whether we don't necessarily have this principal agent problem in certain circumstances. And I think here, being really clear on this third party again should also be one of the key considerations. And ultimately, now the entire debate is quite narrow on the IoT constellations. I really wonder whether we need to broaden up that, because there are certain other aspects that are simply not covered. And I think that would be it. I mean, surely, Michael, I mean, yeah, the industry doesn't necessarily have an interest in that. I do see that point, but being extremely utopian would rather mean what would be eventually the ideal state that we're looking at. And I mean, sure, there we could think a bit bigger, and international competitiveness and this kind of trade policy that comes with it is clearly one of the factors that drives the debate. And so I'm also wondering whether this should be kind of now considered in this current debate that we're having as well, and just broaden that idea to not only IoT constellations.
Thank you, Paul. I mean, I think it was a fantastic wrap up. We have 5 minutes left, so Pencho, I don't know if we have any questions from
Actually, it's everything is fine. If you have concluding remarks, we could slowly go to end with this session. I really enjoyed the discussion, but yeah.
No, thank you. I mean, I think we have some important takeaways here. I think that looking at this Data Act proposal or upcoming.
Yeah, 2 more minutes into if we could finish in 2 minutes would be good, or 3 minutes, let's say.
Okay, good. No, but I mean, I think we have important takeaways like this idea of this clear goal orientation, that it's key, and going beyond this dimension of
please go for it. Please go for it. You have 5 minutes. I don't want to disrupt this beautiful discussion. You're the moderator. Please go on.
Okay, I mean, I don't know if you can hear me because I was speaking. I'm sorry. So yeah, I mean, as I was saying, I mean, I think we have some important takeaways just to wrap up. I mean, there are other things that we could discuss, like we have this recommendation of the Council from the OECD that it's also there, that it seems more voluntary, approach towards B2B data sharing, the one that they call enhancing access to and sharing of data, that was recently published. But unfortunately, we don't have Christian here, and it will be great to have his view on that. But I think that from the side of the future or upcoming Data Act, both the remarks from Michael and Jörg are extremely valuable. So a clear goal orientation, I think those are key takeaway messages. The need for conceptualization, and I think that's also key. Taking into account third-party rights beyond GDPR and also intellectual property rights. That's something. So it's some homework that we're giving here to the Commission, and we're at the right place, I guess. The head of representation, and also think bigger. I mean, maybe instead of just narrowing down and maybe taking this purpose orientation. If we want to enhance data economy and also kind of independency, from a more strategic point of view, this idea that actually has also been mentioned in the recent Koalitionsvertrag that it's published last week. So I think those are, I will say, I don't know if my dear speakers then want to add something on top, but I think those will be the main takeaways from today's session. So I will say Pencho, I pass it over to you. I thank you very much for making this happening virtually, and I'm very sorry that we couldn't join you there in Berlin. Hopefully, next occasions we will have to be there in person. And yeah, that's all from our side.
Thank you very much. It was an experiment, moderation from Munich, and it worked perfectly. Thank you. We really enjoyed your discussion, and we really appreciated your views on the subject. Now, yeah. And hope to see you next time in Berlin. So, now we continue with the next subject from the Data Act. And as we know, the Data Act tried to address the issue with competitive cloud services. It is my greatest pleasure that Francesco Bonfiglio, from the CEO of the Gaia-X Association, is next to me. He arrived extra for this event from Milano. And he's going to tell us a bit regarding the prestige industrial project that is everywhere in the room. We have discussed Gaia-X already on the second event, on the first day. And there is a special opportunity to ask him some question. The moderation will be made by my dear colleague Rebecca Weiss from Bitkom. But now, please, Francesco, the floor is yours. And where are we now with Gaia-X?
Thank you, Pancho. And if you don't mind, can I stand up?
Please, yeah.
Because I've been sitting all time. And first of all, given you told me you've been talking about Gaia-X, I don't want to be the elephant in the room, so I hope I will be able to give you a little bit of oversight. And I would like to leave you a few messages. I will not bother you too much, I hope. But leaving a few messages on the what is Gaia-X, why we're doing it, and where we are, of course. So let me start from the relationship between Gaia-X and the European data strategy, which you have been talking about in these days. Gaia-X is a completely private initiative. That's the first point I want to highlight. Extremely important because we are a bunch of European and non-European companies, small, medium, large, huge, from many nationalities, from the user side, users of technology, of course, and provider side of technology, and academics and research institution, working for free, supporting the association with our own money of subscription, and developing something we believe into. But accidentally, or I wouldn't say by design, because this was not the case, our mission is exactly in line with the one of Europe. So let me try to highlight in a few elements, the key elements of this European strategy. First of all, back in February 2020, we heard about the message from President von der Leyen about the need for a European data strategy. So basically, the intent of building a new market of data in Europe. In 2020, we all know what happened. We've been talking about the pandemics. And of course, the pandemics created a lot of disruption and a lot of awareness if we should really look into the bright side of it. But one important thing that happened was that the usual central investments that used to come from the European Commission have been distributed to member countries through the recovery funds. This was a significant step because it means that every member state will be in charge of defining their plans for digital transformation as well. And there is just two voices in the RRF that have a minimum threshold of 20%, which is digital and green, which means a lot. So digital and green are put at the same level of importance when it gets to the future of Europe, let me say. But of course, digital is pervasive, so there is no sector from agriculture to industrial that will not be transformed through digitalization. But anyway, this is a great message. We have 750 billion euro, 20% minimum has to be invested in digital, so 150 billion euros. This is unprecedented. In October 2020, all the member states declared their intention to build a common European cloud, if you want, a common European computing continuum. This is exactly the term. and the Digital Decade strategy announced in March 2020, together with the Digital Compass that focuses on the key areas of digitalization, stated this need into more detailed objectives. So let's try to highlight, there is two key elements of this strategy. One is the data strategy, which aims to build common data spaces. Why we need common data spaces? Because the future of digital economy, and I would say the future of the real economy of Europe, which is not just for the IT business, is driven by data. And the only way to build value in any supply chain, in any data value chain, this is the way it is called today, is to get together or exchange the data across all the actors building that value. Let me make a simple example. We've been talking about ESG, environmental sustainability governance. There is no way to define ESG unless you collect the data from all the actors across a supply chain, because you cannot calculate the carbon footprint, you cannot calculate the amount of recycling material you're using. There is no way. So this is a simple example of the many disruptions that will come in the next years that can only be achieved through the exchange of data. Now, the second element is to have quality data, and this is another important point I wanted to make. Europe will never win the battle of competitivity in the world. If we want to compete in the world, somebody believes that we need to compete in Europe only. Personally, I believe this is nonsense. But if we want to be competitive in the world, we need to be aware of two facts. We will never win the battle of labor costs. There is no way that European labor costs will compete in the world. And we will never win the battle of raw material costs. But there is one raw material Europe has the highest quality in the world. This is data. Why? Because we have the largest and by far the most complex ecosystems in every sector. Think about the complexity of our healthcare systems, or the quality of our automotive industry, or the complexity and articulation of our agriculture, our environment, our education, and think about transportation, think about the languages, the cultures that make up this fantastic continent. So we have gold in our mind. The third element is that we need to have commonly agreed upon rules to exchange data, because data were there since ever. Why they haven't been exchanged? Because there were no common rules to trust on. And of course, these rules must comply and be in line with European values and principles. Now, another key element, a key pillar of the digital transformation of Europe is the Digital Decade program. So the objective of this Digital Decade is the achievement by 2030 of a computing continuum. What does that mean? It means that data are spread all over. And now the paradigm has to change. Instead of bringing data to the compute or collecting data like in the ocean and try to put them in your swimming pool, the biggest is your swimming pool. You would never be able, because we're talking about the ocean. So we need to bring the compute to the data, which means we need to create a continuum, seamless stream between end data, which comes from our handheld, to the edge, to the far edge, to the edge, to the data centers close to those data, and the central cloud and the central data centers that we have nowadays dominating the market. So this objective will see more than 10,000 edge points connected by 2030, and an uptake to 75% of the cloud adoption in Europe. This is incredibly important, because why we have an objective to achieve 75% of cloud adoption? Because nowadays we are 26%. So before we talk about how to exploit the data, let's be aware of one incredibly important factor. We have no data availability, because 80% of our data and applications are not in the cloud. 80% of our applications are not cloud native. So we're kind of closing the doors of our data mines. And first of all, or the Latins used to say, primus vivere, we need to bring the data where we can exploit them. So this is the objectives of the European data strategy. And if you group them together, on the left side, actually on the right side for you, we have the common data space objective. So create common data spaces. On the left side, we have the objective to create common cloud rulebook, a common, let me say, way to manage cloud platforms. And to achieve that, there is some high-impact projects, one of which is called the CIS. It's an important project for common European interest to develop a brand new European cloud infrastructure. Now, Gaia-X is completely independent, is not driven by the European Commission, is not funded by any member state, but has got exactly the same objectives. It started in 2019 as a governmental initiative from the Ministry of Economy and Energy in Germany. It became Franco-German right after, and then was transformed into a non-profit, a non-for-profit association, which groups nowadays more than 300 members. On one side, we want to create common data spaces, so use cases where multiple members decide to share, exchange their data to build value for the common good of all of them. And on the other side, we want to build common infrastructures that, through the federation and the creation of transparent, controllable services, enable the data exchange. Because without trusted platform, there would be no data exchanging. So, why Gaia-X? Another key example I want to make. We keep talking about data economy. Do we really know what data economy is about? Data economy is the economy enabled by platform economy. What is platform economy? It's the economy driven by the platforms, which are aggregate of technology that allow to connect multiple sources of data, mesh them up, apply algorithms, create the so-called smart services that are those services that transform a physical ecosystem or an analog ecosystem into something digital. So in that way, we can transform mobility into smart mobility, energy into smart energy, transportation into smart transportation. Now, without this amount of data, this diversity of data, without a flexible capability to collect the data, mesh them up, and apply algorithms, we wouldn't be talking about data economy. We wouldn't be back possibly 20 years ago. Why was this change possible? Because of the cloud. The cloud per se is useless, does not produce an economy. But the cloud is the street where we can run our fast cars. We have fast cars in Germany and in Italy as well, by the way. But we cannot keep them in the garage. No way. So cloud per se is not money, but it's the key enabler. And like I said, we have a big problem of cloud adoption. Second element, what about economy? What are we talking about? What are the numbers? In 2025, the digital economy is going to grow 2 digits year over year, and it's going to reach 950 billion euros. This means 8% of the GDP of Europe. Per se, this means this is a substantial economy. But if you think about this, is the tip of the iceberg, because this is just the direct economy, which is the sum of the revenues of all the companies in IT, platforms, system integrators, etc. But the iceberg is the elephant in the room, is that nowadays you buy an electric car, a smart fridge, and a smart device, or I don't know, a digital insurance, and you paid possibly more than the traditional service. Why? Not because it costs more, because it provides more value. It's perceived as providing more value. This means it's an inversion in the traditional economical model. In other words, the price is no more proportional to the cost of production, which includes cost of labor, but it's proportional to the value perceived, the so-called business outcome. Now, it's not my prediction, but I've been confirmed by many economists that in 5 years, so we're not talking about 20 years, the value, so the price value of products will be composed by 50 to 70% by the value produced through the data. So in other words, the digital twin of that product, or the digital add-on, will be the most relevant part of that product. That's why we can win the battle of competitivity, but to do that, we need to work on data and build data products. Now, we may not believe this is a problem, but still, this is the status. So, Europe owns 4 to 5% of the total addressable market of the digital economy. This slide shows, it's from 2019. It's not much changed in the last year and this year. It shows the total market capitalization of the listed companies that build data platforms. Now we have, as you can see here, this is a slide from Gartner, so it's not my data. And we have 9 listed companies in Europe. Some of them, by the way, are not more there, but as I said, this is a couple of years old. and they build 4% of the total addressable market. 20 companies in the US make 75% and another 16 make the 20%. So this slide tells me three things. First of all, we are talking about real economy. So in 5 years, our employment, our entrepreneurship, our education, maybe our kids will not study Python in a polytechnic, but they will try to get a certification of one of the dominant platforms. And I don't want this to happen. But the second lesson is that we are feeding other economies with our data because the raw material comes from Europe. And therefore, we need to do something to change this trend. What can we do? We need to overcome the problem of companies not adopting the cloud. Why this is not happening? Because nowadays the model of cloud is mainly a one-way road. So the awareness in Europe is very high, and companies are scared about adopting the cloud because they are making investments that possibly they would not be able to capitalize if they have no reversibility, switchability, portability. Therefore, we want to have a model of a roundabout where you can choose which provider, you can switch across them, you can move your workload, or you can leave your workloads in different places because they are interoperable. In this way, we can make the freedom of choice and the sovereignty possible that will trigger the trust that data owners need to move their data to the cloud. In other words, we want to move from a model where we let somebody control our data to a model where we get back control on our data. Nowadays, the dominant model is concentrated, hyper-concentrated, the so-called hyperscalers, proprietary, and opaque. Why? Because the model of digital platforms today is the factory model. Like in any manufacturing factory, you have to close the process, optimize it, and introduce the less flexibility possible, otherwise you have no margins. Instead, we want a distributed cloud because data is distributed. We want it open because we want to see exactly what we buy. Like when you buy a bottle of wine or a vegan food, you want to know exactly what's in it, and we want to keep control of it. So we want to decide whether we want to buy vegan food or not, or a service run in France, Italy, Germany, or in Europe or anywhere in the world. We want to be free and have the trust and sovereignty to exercise our choice. So what is Gaia X? This is the famous X. On the top of the X, we represent the data spaces. I think I explained what data spaces are the numerical representation of the physical world. So the data you derive from the city, from a hospital, from a healthcare ecosystem, from a factory, is the data space of that physical world. On the bottom side, you have the infrastructures, any sort of infrastructure. We are not building new infrastructure. This is the power of Gaia X. We are reusing, leveraging, and enhancing what we have. This is the fastest way to competition. And in the middle, these famous yellow boxes here is an abstraction of what we are developing at Gaia X. They are so-called federation services. So we want to create services that allow to federate several infrastructure points and allow the secure, trusted exchange of data through a common identity management, through common access control, through common inspection of the credential of that services, through a catalog where you can exactly see the service you want and pick and select it, and through compliance services that gives you the assurance that the service you're buying compliant to what you want. We do three things. We specify what I'm explaining, so we produce documents and specifications which are out there on the website. We develop it, so we are developing the so-called reference implementation, which is going to translate into open source software that anyone can use. You can imagine the large companies can write their own stuff. Small, medium business, which is 90% of our market, cannot afford that. We don't want to create another big barrier. We want to create an enabler, and that's why we're producing all the stuff we're doing as an open source code. Three, we are defining the labels. So, like the label of wine, if you buy a bottle of champagne or Chianti or Barolo in Italy, I hope, you will trust the label because you know exactly that that Barolo comes from the best places in the world. And we want to do that with a label that, by the way, will be a technology thing. So where we are, I'm going to close shortly. We started 22 companies in 2020, 11 French, 11 German. So we had 2 countries. Now we are more than 320 members in 25 countries with 15 active hubs and thousands of people working to the same mission. These are the hubs. As you can see, one important thing is that we have a strong participation of the local governments. Like I said, we are not a governmental institution, but there is a lot of interest. So we have a governmental advisory board where the members of the governments and the ministries devoted to digital transformation of those countries sit together, share the exchange, and tell everybody we want to work here and there. And as you can imagine, some needs will be common. So we cluster those needs and make sure that our hubs work together to develop together, joining the best forces across Europe, common data spaces around healthcare, around manufacturing, around automotive, agriculture, and these just a few that have started this year, but many are to come. So the roadmap, and I will pause here. Of course we have a roadmap, and many people complain that GaiaX has not delivered anything yet. Well, I've been 30 years in this business, managing large organizations, managing large military projects. So I've worked to the development of the IFA, the Typhoon, the most complex Eurofighter we have on planet Earth, up to or down to small startups. I have never seen in my life nothing serious being born in 1 year. Let's be honest. So anyone who wants this space shuttle to be done in 1 year have no clue of what it takes to do it. But everybody understands we're doing the right thing. So the plan is the following. Year 1 is the setup year. We had 3 objectives. Describe it, start providing the initial drops of those federation services I mentioned before, and start the first projects. We have started 5 projects, one of which, Catena X, is probably the most advanced, and group together concrete stuff. Volkswagen, Daimler, BMW, Siemens, Bosch, and 100 of players that decided to share their data because none of them could make it alone. That's a real thing. This project is going to disrupt completely the automotive industry in the world. Next year is the adoption year. So we have started the coding phase, so stay tuned. So we are developing MVP, minimum viable products, and we are developing within those projects the initial pieces of the jigsaw, so the software that do all the stuff I'm telling to you. Then we will start the creation of the first federations of cloud service providers, and I'm very keen on that because, of course, we have an X, so we don't need to build just data space projects, but also infrastructure space projects, otherwise it would be a Y and not an X. So we are starting this, and there will be an announcement, I hope, by the end of this year, because a few small, medium players, which, by the way, in their countries maybe are big, but compared to the large giants, they are small, decided to group together and start creating the first federation of infrastructures. Then we will create more projects, and 2023 is the year where the market will take a decision. We will have services in the market, marketplaces, people will see the value, and then you can make a choice, because without alternative, there is no choice. So that's where we are, and that's what I wanted to give you as an introduction. I hope maybe the next questions will help the audience understand more, but I will pause here if you agree with me, Pencho. Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Thank you, Francesco, for this most inspiring keynote, and welcome everybody here in the room and in front of your laptops at home. Let me just quickly introduce myself. I'm Rebecca Weiss. I'm Head of Trust and Security at Bitkom, and I have the great pleasure and honor to be moderator for the next and the last panel of this third day of this year's Data Summit. So, Pencho, you have been saving the best for last, right? Now, please please join me in welcoming our 3 panelists that will join Francesco on the stage and our colleague from the EU Commission virtually. So, Marco Alexander Breit from the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy here in Berlin is with us. Yeah, please join me. Thank you. Take a seat. And Lucas Bouthon from ScaleRail from France is also here with us today, and Witte Weissmüller is, added virtually. Thank you for joining us as well. Okay, that works perfectly. Cool. So we'll be diving right into it, basically, because in the last 3 days, we've been discussing data, the European market, and especially Europe's competitiveness, and all of the problems that we have right now. And I'm most keen to hear from all of our experts here on this great panel on what we can do to further competitiveness in the cloud market, because I think that is one of the most important issues that needs to be solved. And I think what we just heard from Francesco gave a really good overview of what Gaia-X can and should do to improve competitiveness, but I think there are a few more building blocks to the whole issue, and I'm very keen to hear about them as well. And we'll start with a short round of introductory remarks from all of our panelists, so you get a glimpse of their perspectives. And spoiler alert, I think we'll have some things that we'll be discussing quite heatedly, maybe even, because the perspectives differ quite a lot in some aspects. And I think that's a great chance for us here today, because we will be trying to find maybe one solution that we'll all agree on in the end. So that's our goal for today. We have 1 hour to do that, so keep that in mind. We'll start with the introduction by Witte. So yeah, Witte, if you think about the competitiveness and its issues for the European market in the cloud sector, what, from your view, from the European Commission's view, have been the most important aspects, the most important works that you've been doing in the last couple of months to further competitiveness for European companies?
Yeah, guten Tag aus Brüssel. Hi, good afternoon. Good to be with you today, unfortunately remotely. I am Witte Bijsmuller, working for the cloud unit of the European Commission's DG Connect. And indeed, our work is to implement the European data strategy. Data processing infrastructures, so cloud infrastructures, form a key part of the data strategy. Why? Because, of course, cloud is increasingly deployed to process the data of the whole data economy. So even when data is shared, cloud is increasingly becoming the only tool that makes it possible to do so effectively and without having to transfer large quantities of data from one side to the other. So cloud is increasingly underpinning the data economy, and I think even further, all economic activity increasingly in Europe. So when you're going to your office in the morning with the metro, chances are that that metro system is running on a cloud system somewhere. So that makes it perhaps easy to understand that this is a key issue for us to address in the context of the data economy and the data strategy. Also, because we see that the dependency of European businesses is increasing. Eurostat estimated that 95% of European businesses are highly dependent on cloud, and 38% are dependent to a higher or upper degree in any case. And at the same time, we also have to conclude that 85% of the cloud services offered in the European market are offered by a provider headquartered not in the European Union, but in a third country. So that leads us to let's say, asking a couple of questions that we all want to address in the European data strategy, and we can only do that in a, let's say, multifaceted approach or way. So we ask ourselves, how can risks of dependency on cloud providers be mitigated? And how can we stimulate European leadership in the next wave of cloud and edge technologies? To answer those questions, we have introduced in the data strategy a number of tools. We will build on an approach of competition and market dominance with the proposal of the Digital Markets Act, which we have already proposed and are currently negotiating with the co-legislators. We will additionally provide ex-ante rules to mitigate the risks I just mentioned, particularly risks to fairness and trustworthiness of cloud services on the European market. We'll do so, for example, by the Data Act, which we are currently working on. We'll also present an initiative that will offer a more coherent legislative or regulatory framework around cloud and edge services, which will be the EU Cloud Rulebook. That should really lead to the codification of all requirements of EU law, binding, so non-binding standards and self-regulatory schemes applicable to cloud on the European market. And finally, and I think this is a very important one, we cannot only do so by legislation. Referees don't win matches. So we need to coordinate as well investments by European parties, which are coordinated and investing in the next generation of technology on cloud and edge to make sure that we build a European leadership. And to facilitate this, we have launched the European Alliance on Industrial Data, Edge and Cloud. And I guess we'll address some of that later on today, so I'll keep it at this for now. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think one of the most important key takeaways from what you just said is the aspect of a multifaceted approach that will be necessary to drive competition forward and give new and established European players a chance to be more competitive in the cloud market. But of course, you are coming from kind of a regulatory point of view, and although, Marco, of course, you're also kind of one of the regulators, I always think of you as one of the founding fathers, maybe, of Gaia X, because you really started the whole project. So thank you for that, by the way. And seeing that you did that, it would be, I think, most interesting for our audience to hear how you would describe the way that you took and what you are doing now, because we heard from Francesco, it kind of took off now, but what's your role now?
Yes, first of all, thank you for having me today, and I am very happy that you, Francesco, are here, because that Francesco exists, and that he's here is kind of proof that we have been succeeding. 3 years ago, you would have invited me to tell you what the idea behind Gaia X was, and I would have told you what the idea was, and I would have said the next step is that we get companies behind the idea. A year later, Boris Otto was with me at the European Data Summit, and he was representative of the 22 companies, and I was representative of the states commenting on what the 22 are doing. And right now I'm here sitting commenting on what Francesco is doing, who is responsible for the whole AISBL, for the whole organization that took off since then. Our role changed, of course it did. We left the driver's seat, got on the back bench, and purposefully so, because in the beginning it was always the narrative that we're going to kickstart this politically, but this is something that needs to be done by companies for companies. Because we are aware of the opinion of two things. First of all, this is not politics in the end, it's about businesses, it's about a level playing field for businesses, and it's about products. The second thing is, we were perfectly sure that these things should not be decided by government officials like me, but from people with a business background, and that actually have been working on products and do know what the customers want. And this leads me to the multifaceted approach, what Europe can do right now. And first of all, legislation, yes, of course, leveling the playing field. The second thing is we need to level the playing field not only by legislation, but by actually making companies obey the rules. And Gaia X is a very, very important tool here, because it's an environment where companies agree to keep the rules, and where they establish an environment of trust. And trust is the most important thing for the third pillar, and the third pillar is data spaces. We need products and we need collaboration by actual companies, not only by ideas. And if you have an environment of trust, which Gaia X settles up, which a lot of money can settle up because it kind of lowers the threshold of cooperation, and which legislation can lower the threshold even more, then you have this kind of this ecosystem where innovative ideas can come to fruition. So I think it's a threefold approach: legislation, companies, products, and data spaces that actually get things done and provide that environment and ecosystem. The German government right now, what are we doing in the backbench? We are spending money. We are spending money on three things. The first of all is the German hub, which is very successful, more than 600 companies cooperating in these, in the German hub of Gaia-X, working on data spaces requirements, working together in close contact with the Gaia-X AISBL. We are very happy about that fruitful cooperation. The second thing, we are spending money together with others to make Gaia-X work. The federation services Francesco has been introducing or showing you are partly funded by the German government, kind of to kickstart that again. And everything I'm saying is about kickstarting. It's not that we want to fund this for the next 20 years, and Francesco knows that already. It's about that we make things start, and we lower the threshold of cooperation and then make companies do it themselves. The third thing is we are actually funding use cases. We are funding 180 million use cases, 180 million euros on use cases, 22 of them, 13 of them, in our German national Gaia-X funding scheme. But it's not only German companies that are cooperating within these frames, it's French companies too, it's Dutch companies too that have been part of the funding process. But we are funding, I think, one of the most important actual use cases of Gaia-X, which is Catena-X. And this will be kind of the lighthouse project because not only the importance of the car manufacturers in the German ecosystem, in the German economy, but it's a vertical. It's the car manufacturers with the companies that provide the products to them. It sets up data spaces and it provides a huge opportunity to make the value chain, especially in that regard, a data value chain and the European value chain together with international partners. And that, in the end, is what we're doing. Aiding the AISBL with council in the governmental advisory board, making things kickstart with money, and then we hope that the companies and their cooperation will bring the rest of Gaia-X to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you also for putting emphasis on the importance of data spaces and that they are built by the companies and active use cases. So I really like the statement that data spaces have to be driven by businesses and not just by ideas. So it has to be transformed into practice, and it has to be something that is really needed and useful in the market, because otherwise it won't really be a productive outcome.
If I may add one thing to that, and this is because why is that thing called Gaia-X? It's because we have been thinking about this environment from the very first second. The ecosystem of companies is the most important part. It's not the legislation. It's not the rules themselves. It's the companies that want to adhere to the rules and work together in an ecosystem. Gaia, Mother Nature. Yeah,
that's true. And this collaboration basically is also something that I always feel is kind of what Gaia-X really is made of, because I'm also part of Gaia. I'm leading one of the working groups, and it's really great to see how everybody is giving so much effort, so much time. You said it's 1,000 of you can call us volunteers. And we're all trying to further the same mission. So yeah, that's really something, I think something new. It might be the biggest industry project across Europe, I don't know, ever, basically. So let's see how it turns out. And now I'm very keen on hearing what Lucas has to add, because Lucas, your perspective is kind of special, and I think it's a very important one, because for one, you are representing one of the most important French cloud providers. Scaleway is extremely keen on sovereignty and on building federated services, but also you have a special, we might call it opinion, and also a special stand on Gaia-X, and I think it's an extremely important addition to our panel today, so I'm very keen to hear your view on how we can achieve competitiveness if it's not with Gaia-X.
Okay, thank you very much, Rebecca, for the introduction, and thank you also to Pencho and to the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung for inviting us today. It's great to be in Berlin for real and not behind the screen. So yes, actually, on my side, what I will try to do is to provide you with, a French-based European cloud service provider's perspective about what it takes for us to be competitive, or what is our philosophy behind it. And the first element maybe to mention, just to make sure we talk about the same order of magnitude. And Francesco, indeed, in your keynote, you mentioned the amazing potentials that cloud services offer for Europe, and that we are still at the nascent phase in a way, because we are only entering this cloud and digital decade at the same time. You mentioned this figure of 1/3 of companies maybe today being in the cloud, which is actually interesting because in a way Europe is still behind the US and Asia in terms of cloud adoption. And typically, for instance, for an actor like Scaleway, but also for the European tech ecosystem, it's a massive source of opportunities potentially in the years to come. So that's first element. We are entering an era of great opportunities. Second thing, and it's also in line with what Vita said in terms of, and you also mentioned the Commission's objectives, by the end of the decade, 75% of companies being in the cloud. So it means, and we already see it, that the markets in Europe will be evolving extremely rapidly, almost insanely, I have to say. And that's already what we experience today on the markets. So that was maybe, and typically, yes, in 2020, I think the figures were that in Europe, the cloud markets were about 50 billion euros to go up to maybe 360 billion euros by 2030. So even more than the telecoms markets, to give you an idea. So really evolving very rapidly. So then when we talk, so to give the market challenges, first of all, that we see on our side. Second aspect, which is important also to us, to understand where the competitiveness effort is to be carried, or where it needs to be stressed, is where do we extract the value from when we talk about cloud services. And we talk about it very often, in singular form, while it was also mentioned, it's really a continuum, a whole technological stack. Our analysis, and that's where we position ourselves, is that the main value added comes from software. Without software, today you have no elastic cloud, you have no modern cloud, you have no scalability, agility. So that's really where in Europe we need to put our effort on. And typically at Scaleway, we have this capacity to code our software, to plug it on the cloud infrastructures that we are proposing to our clients, and that's where the big margins arise. So that's the first thing. So this being said, so we have on the most dynamic segments of the market today, we are encountering like 30 to 40% annual growth. Can you imagine? I mean, you don't have a lot of sectors where you are encountering so important growth rates. So this has a direct implication for us. And we are today a 400 people company, so growing fast. But with our means, we need to focus. We need to focus on delivery, we need to focus on velocity, and we need to focus on innovation in product development to make sure that we can keep up the pace with the pace of those extremely rapid market growth. So this velocity for us is a key aspect. Second aspect, and it's all about long-term competitiveness for European actors like us. It's actually, and maybe you will be surprised, I don't know, but we are very humble about where we stand. We know what the current market positions are. Of course, the monopoly of the oligopoly, of a few non-European actors on the market. We of course don't aim at drastically or radically rebalancing those market conditions, but our humble approach lies actually in what we call the multi-cloud, meaning giving the ability to our clients, to the developers, to the cloud architects, to be able to have freedom of choice, of rebalancing their loads, of switching easily from one cloud provider to the other, depending on their own clients' requirements and so on and so forth. And that was actually why we were fully aligned with the original ambitions of GaiaX, which were typically in this vein. So this multi-cloud approach is key to be pursued, and by the way, it's quite interesting to see that in Germany, in the recent coalition agreement, the multi-cloud is explicitly mentioned as a key pillar of the German cloud strategy. And two last points, and sorry, I'll try not to be too long, but that's important because if we want to be competitive, we need to identify and to capitalize on some of our strengths. Typically, maybe it will sound out of topic for some of you, but we are actually, we have strengths. Typically, if I take the environment side, for instance, we are able in Europe to deliver cloud services very cleanly, I mean, in very much respecting the highest standards of environmental practices and so on. So that's also something we can be proud of, kind of things that we can put forward or valorize. So yeah, and last point, if we want also to be competitive, because market conditions again today are what they are, and that's our very stance. Maybe that's what you refer to when saying that we have a special position, but we need to challenge the status quo, because otherwise, given the current market domination effects, we won't go anywhere. And that's where actually we need to work together along with public authorities, national and overall at EU level, to create or recreate a fairer competitive environment, better conditions, and live from the current, let's say, digital Far West we are currently competing in.
Thank you. I think challenging the status quo is what we all are trying to do, and I think we are trying to do it in different ways, because I guess you could say that there is competition in the cloud markets, but it's not by the right players, right? Because it's not us, and we're trying to solve the problem or the issue or the, I don't know, the gap that is there in the market. On the one hand, with Gaia, basically, and on the other hand, your approach is you're trying to do it faster, to put special emphasis on the European-driven technological progress, right? That's kind of the...
Yeah, so maybe just to get back to the expression you used about the competition by the right players, it's not actually a question of right players, because, I mean, those non-European players, typically, those who are today dominating the market, I mean, they propose great products. I mean, that's not the question, of course. It's not about the right players, it's about the right conditions and rules. Because if we don't play by the same rules, if there is no level playing field possibilities, if there is no reciprocity in the way we are being treated, for instance, we in Europe and on other continents, then you cannot actually, I mean, you deprive yourself from any development possibilities. So it's not about, you know, giving us special conditions, it's just about giving us the possibility to compete on an equal footing with the others, or to recreate those conditions. Nothing more, nothing less, actually. So it's a very liberal, or even if I would dare the word, a very ordo-liberal approach. We are in Germany here, okay, so that's nothing more, nothing less. And indeed, of course, we as a French and European player, we are entirely under European jurisdiction. We play by, we are entirely under, respecting data protection standards that in Europe are the most demanding ones. And we've also seen with the COVID-19 crisis and the ever increasing acceleration of our digitalization that there is also a resilience issue behind our economy's digitalization. And if we have too many dependencies, if we have dependencies with respect, too many dependencies with respect to actors that are not necessarily aligned with our core values, that can create issues. And typically this morning, yes, MEP Axel Voss was talking about, yes, this notion of decreasing our level of dependencies. And again, it's about time now, because if we lose 2, 3, 4 years not giving trust to the local ecosystem, it will be too late, because the level of dependency will have even increased by then. So we have the ecosystem. We can already in Europe, and maybe, yeah, that's good news. We can probably supply 80% of the market needs when it comes to the cloud, because what's important to note is that cloud services now, it's kind of strategic, but commodity. It's compute storage and network capacities. We can collectively offer this commodity to the clients in Europe. So now it's about how we trust, how we highlight the existing offers in the real economy to improve our competitiveness and go into a virtuous circle.
Thank you. I will come back to the equal footing you just mentioned, because Witte, I will be asking you about the Data Act and the Digital Markets Act, and how you see the impacts those two very important dossiers might have. But before we do that, I would like to circle back a bit to what Gaia-X can do to solve the issues that Lucas just described, because what we're seeing in the market is that the market share of non-European providers is still growing, right? And Gaia-X was set out to solve this. So Francesco, maybe you have some elaborations on that.
Yeah, thank you. This is the perfect segue from what I heard from Lucas. So I think this trip to Berlin is worthwhile, because I believe Scaleway will come back to the Gaia-X Association, because we are fully in line with all he said, and this is exactly what we are trying to address as the challenges to make Europe competitive again. But regarding your question, I think that I try to look at things from a different perspective, because I think one of the biggest mistakes every one of us, but Europe in particular, does is becoming self-referential at times. So we keep looking at things from our own perspective, and we keep trying to possibly make the same mistakes. So when you look at the statistics, so the market, the cloud market share of non-European players have grown in the last 2 years, where possibly we have never had such a hot debate about the need of cloud sovereignty, the commitment of the European Commission, all the programs running, all the stuff that I described also earlier. You know, we may ask us a question, why is this happening? And my simple answer is that no one can rule the market. Be aware of that. So there is no regulation or legislation that can stop the market. It's a kind of natural ecosystem. So if the cloud adoption, and unfortunately the market share of non-European player is growing, per se, this is a positive fact, because it means the awareness of the companies, let me say, of the technology users, of the need to adopt the cloud, to implement that new generation of products and services I was talking about, is such that we have the maturity. So this is the right time. People start to understand that they want to move fast. The fact that they are not using our technology, or let me say alternative technologies, is because there is no alternative technologies. And the only way to make a market disruption is through disruptive solutions. That's the only way. If you want to compete in the global market, you cannot play in one country, in one region. You have to play, in the championship. It's no more, I don't know, Milan or Inter, but it's possibly even the worldwide championship, and therefore you have Italy, France, etc., playing together. Now, to make disruptive solution is our objective. Why? So how we do it? Basically, we want to move from a model that is concentrated and non-interoperable, because it is proprietary, to a model that is interoperable and federated, and uses the existing technologies. This is important. So this is the fastest way. If you want to move fast and create a disruption fast, you have to reuse at best what you have, enhance it, and become competitive with your, let me say, competitors, or I don't want to call them enemies, but to the best players in the field. We cannot win the battle trying to do the same they have done. There is no way. But what we're doing is unprecedented, because the fact that we are moving into a distributed model of cloud is not driven by Gaia-X. It's driven by Gaia. It's the Mother Nature digital world decided that the data are spread everywhere. That's a fact. Another fact is that the current model of cloud, which is hyperscaled, cannot stand with that. The largest investments of hyperscalers nowadays are in the virtualization of the network. Why? Because they want to increase the door through which they can intake data.
But like I said, I make the parallel of the ocean and the swimming pool as an example. You cannot bring the ocean in your swimming pool as big as it can be. So they will need to make a choice. The third fact, and this I think it's important, is that people are not trusting the current cloud platforms. That's why we have such a low percentage of adoption of the cloud. Not because the technologies out there are not good. They are fantastic, but they are not suitable for the needs of the companies and the people. So companies do not run the risk to infringe the GDPR. They don't run the risk to run into the Cloud Act jurisdictional problem. And they don't want to run the risk to move their data where they have no control of it. That's a fact. Otherwise, we would have a higher uptake of cloud. So starting from those facts, we are building something that is more transparent, so allows for controllability and sovereignty, so control. It's interoperable and allows the federation, this last point, together with interoperability, will win the battle, because the future is interoperability. And this is something that should come also from the Data Act, the Data Governance Act, and all the acts should think about interoperability. I'm not suggesting a strong regulation, because again, it would be a mistake, because if you have a strong regulation, only the winner can find workarounds. Let's think about this suggestion to create local instances of global or central architecture. This is just a localization of the lock-in model. So interoperability will never be provided by those that decided to build their business model on the lock-in. It's a by design thing. So what we are doing, we are forcing the market into a new awareness. It's a movement of data ethics, if you want, such that the market will ask for it, will create the demand and the market traction. The companies, the members of GaiaX, we hope, and many others, will decide to buy into it and build GaiaX services, GaiaX infrastructures. At that point, if you can choose, so you have a market alternatives, it is a disruptor because nobody else provides this type of level of interoperability and transparency. And you have the critical mass, because this is the real problem of Europe. The fragmentation of the small, medium business never allowed any single player, even Scaleway, Aruba in Italy, OVH in France, no one singularly can compete with any large player. So the federation is a mechanism to create the critical mass. The transparency controllability is a mechanism to build the different type of quality of services that everybody wants and the trust that everybody expects. And reusing existing infrastructures instead of building brand new is another key tactical element of it. So it is possible, it is easy to do, and I will tell you another thing which is important, and I'll pause here. Let's not forget that cloud is not just licensing. Cloud is made of at least 3 components: licensing, which is consumed, when we talk about the pay-per-use or as a service model, projects, and services. So the run, the outsourcing. We keep talking about just one facet of the problem. We cannot just compare apples with pears. In Europe, our players, like Scaleway and others, they provide all of these elements. This is interesting. We are competitive because we have people, competencies, technical resources, licensing, of course, and through federation we can have more, and through the trusted model we can have higher value, but we have people, local, that know the product, that can adapt it, etc. In a model where we just provide licensing, like the current dominant model of the hyperscalers, they do not care about the services. There is no cloud transition if you don't want to make projects. You have to replatform, move, re-engineer, but you have to do projects. Let's not forget about it. Otherwise, we're just fighting for the best quality of the concrete of the street. But it's not the end of it. We need to do some much more. And Europe has a unique competitiveness in skills, in resources, in technologies. We don't have a gap in terms of innovation. We have the best startups in the world. Let me give you another example. In Europe, we have an ecosystem of small companies and startups, which is 5,000 across the Europe member states. 700 of them sorry, are tier 1. They are worldwide leaders in their niche solution. It's a small thing, but they are worldwide leaders. The second country, guess whom? United States, with less than 300. So our problem is just finding a place where these excellencies can sit and gain the critical mass and the visibility they deserve, and there will be a real alternative. I'm absolutely sure about that.
Thank you. Marco, I think you have some thoughts to add to that.
Yes, because I completely agree, and that's the first thing. And the second thing is, especially giving European possibilities visibility, and that's the second step actually. And the first step, make them be able to play on the level playing field in the first place. That was exactly the goal that we had when we had the idea in the very beginning of Gaia X. And I think Francesco has very well shown you that we are actually leapfrogging. What our goal was never to build kind of the European AWS or the European Microsoft. That was never the goal. The goal was to deal with the situation at hand in a manner that it enables European companies to compete in the next stage, which means make them have access to data plus access to customers, and then let them do what they can do best, being innovative and offer services and solutions for the next decade. And this is exactly what GaiaX is doing, not competing by copycatting what has been good in the beginning of the 2010s, but what is needed in 2020, 2030, 2040, beyond.
Okay, so it is about access to data, access to customers, but it's also about trust, transparency, interoperability with a very user-centric view, basically, right? Because we're always trying to build something that will work in the market because it works for the user.
Let's make it simple. You can travel across Europe because you have one identity card or a passport, which has got the same credentials. You go to any border, anybody can recognize you. You have a policeman that you cannot judge, and your data is transparent. Why don't we apply that to digital services? That's all GaiaX is about.
Yeah, thank you. Lucas, I think you have something
maybe
to
just
add as well.
One reaction or one compliment, sure. Because when we heard that, yes, indeed, we don't use in Europe yet the local technologies, etc., and about the role of the markets, we also need to understand how it happened. For instance, and in the US, how did these hyperscalers emerge and grew very rapidly? Because 15 years ago they were not even existing. I mean, Scaleway is older than AWS, is older than Microsoft Azure or Google Cloud Platform. If you take this perspective, I mean, you need also to consider the role of US public authorities to, provide huge amount and captive public markets, public procurements to those companies. Of course, it's always a very comfortable basis to have $100 million or $1 billion contract to consolidate your competitiveness locally and then going abroad. Not even talking about the over commercial practices that enable them to leverage on their strengths. But that's where, I mean, in Europe we still lack, and this implies the need to go beyond GaiaX per se. We need to have a kind of industrial policy approach on the cloud aspects, because again, and with the current crisis, it's really now the linchpin of the digitalization of our economies and societies. So it's of strategic, if we can say, dimension. And this industrial policy approach, which is applied in other sectors without any shame, needs to find a place for the cloud sector. So yes, public procurement. How can we put provisions enabling to incentivize local tech players? Because we have a Small Business Act in Europe, but applied to technological players, it's not the case yet. And the proportion of European technologies bought by public authorities or large groups is very, very weak. If you go to the US, it's not exactly the same thing. You also have all the provisions in the US about Buy American Act, these kind of things. So again, it's not about being protectionists, it's just about leveling the playing field. If we don't have the same industrial policy approach as other continents have, we will never succeed, because they can create a critical mass that we cannot compete with.
Before we go back to you, Marco, I will ask Witte a few questions, if you allow, because I don't want to lose him over there in Brussels. But thank you, Lucas. I think you made a very important point, and I would hope that all regulators really get the importance of a new investment and a new funding strategy for Europe as well, when it comes to procurement, but overall, basically, not just in the cloud
procurement
sector.
is real economy. So that's why beyond fundings, if you have the public authorities providing its concrete trust, because it's about trust, through buying cloud services from local players, you will see the spillover and the positive side effects immediately on the private sector and on the overall ecosystem. So it's not even about fundings immediately, it's about public procurement, real economy again.
Absolutely. So, Witte, I'm very sorry. We've been kind of we got a little distracted in what we need to do here in the room. But as I mentioned earlier, I think, and we all agree upon that at the beginning of our panel, that regulation is one of the major building blocks for the ecosystem and for driving European competitiveness as well. And they are basically. Yeah, no, there are more than two very important dossiers on the table right now. But I think the upcoming Data Act and the Digital Markets Act are two of the most important when it comes to the competitiveness of services and also for the cloud market. And I'll try to bundle the two questions we have been preparing for that together with you now in view of the time. Time is running out again. But maybe you can give us a brief overview of what you think the Data Act and the Digital Markets Act can change when it comes to to the potential for European cloud players, basically, because they are about data exchange, they're about switchability, they are about contesting market power of existing players. But what do you think are the most important aspects that will change with those two regulations?
Yes, thank you, Rebecca, for those questions. I am going to take the opportunity, however, to also chip into the debate we just had with the other speakers as well, because I think there's really a couple of important remarks to make. We fully agree that the next European revolution on cloud will be a revolution of cloud federation. And I hear all three other speakers say exactly the same. So that is clear. And I would like to add to that picture, it won't be a revolution of cloud federation only on the side of supply. It will also be a revolution of federation on the side of the demand, chipping into what Lucas, I think, very rightfully says on public procurement. We have 27 member states in the European Union, all doing their own public procurement on cloud. How can we, let's say, get together and rationalize the approach in that regard, as set the same criteria that cloud services for the public sector, for example, would need to comply with, and then we can leverage our European buying power as well in the cloud market. So that is why we'll put forward, in addition to the EU cloud rulebook, also common requirements for public procurement of cloud. Another point, and then I get to let's say the subject area of the Data Act, is we need to realize that we are at a almost historic moment of opportunity for Europe when it's about cloud. Why? Because, well, first of all, in 2020, 2019, we saw the establishment of Gaia X, first as a Franco-German initiative, now a private initiative. We saw in 2020, early 2020, that we in the European Commission published the European Data Strategy, that multifaceted approach. And then, unfortunately, of course, the pandemic struck us. But that offered also opportunity in a way. I mean, they say never waste a good crisis, in that we have this European Corona Recovery Fund of 750 billion, of which 20% is earmarked for digital. And on top of that, we have what was also promised for digital in the conventional European funding programs. And on top of that still, and I think that is a very important point to make, is we have the political willingness in the member states to work together on digital issues. This is typically not an issue where member states disagree with each other, like perhaps is the case in other policy fields. So what we need to do now is we need to take all the actors around the table that are also represented here in this panel, so the member states, the cloud providers, the standard setters, so my three fellow panelists, and to come together and to really take this opportunity. And we can do that by setting the right framework conditions. What are those framework conditions? Yes, it's interoperability standardization. Yes, it's what Gaia-X is setting and putting forward in that regard. But we need to also have a bit of focus on the rules of the game in that regard. Who is at the table of standard setting? And what are the rules that apply in the standard setting process? How can we make sure that larger actors and other actors on the market, because this is a transversal problem, really offer portability, interoperability to allow this seamless multi-vendor cloud continuum that we need in Europe. And that can only be done by legislation that is coming from the public sector through an appropriate democratic process, like we are currently working on the Data Act, which will focus on, and that's public information, on the switchability, so on the switching between different cloud providers, not only at the infrastructure level, but also at the PaaS, at the SaaS level of cloud, where we see that problems still persist on the market. So that is important. Let me say one thing, let's say a word of comfort in the direction of also Francesco, who said, don't come up with too strong a regulation. And I understand his plea, because what we don't want to do is stifle innovation, definitely not in an area where we see a myriad of different functionalities exist in cloud, myriad of different service types. So we don't want to regulate on the technical elements of interoperability, because that could hamper innovation. And we have seen that in the European Commission. So we will build on the capacities that industry has in that regard. Now, for the rest, on the Data Act, this is, as I said, an ongoing initiative. We are still drafting the act, so I cannot comment too much on that. I would like to add that we are also looking into the trustworthiness issue. We're exploring what we can do there. So this was also something that mentioned, I believe, by Francesco. So the problem that data may be accessed because of laws that are in place in foreign jurisdictions and have extraterritorial effect. So how can we shield European customers of clouds, that they can have the trust in their cloud service, and that they can have trust in the fairness of the cloud services offered on the European market?
Thank you so much. And Pencho, how much time do we have left? I think we were already...
We have a couple of minutes. We have one question. If is still, would you like to have? Sure. Maybe Eileen could have a microphone. I can support. Just a second.
Thank you very much. Should I stand or? Well, Eileen Chivot, I work at the EPP in Brussels, and thank you so much for this excellent conference and this panel. I have 3 questions, actually, sorry. I wanted to be a bit provocative. It seems, what happened with Gaia-X and Scaleway, there's typically a culture of compromise that's maybe more German than French. I'm French myself, but I have to say this is something I have observed. So my first question is for Luca. Do you think that going it alone will be a winning strategy. You know, sometimes they say if you can't beat them, join them. And now if you don't want to join them, can you beat them? That's my question. Then to Francesco, I think you had a hearing at the Parliament this week in the Industry Committee, and they made comments afterwards. And I was wondering if you could tell me more about why do you think they said that you know, they didn't quite understand the objectives of Gaia-X and that they thought things were a little vague there. And then maybe for Witte, and again to you, Francesco, to what extent the Commission's Cloud Alliance and Gaia-X are acting in competition with each other or in complementarity with each other. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you for the excellent questions. I think we'll start with Lucas.
Thank you, Eileen, for the question. So, actually, we don't feel like going alone. First of all, we are, partnering with a lot of actors in our ecosystems. We are also involved in alternative coalitions with local players, tech players. So we don't feel alone. First of all. Second of all, again, we've been a founding member of Gaia-X because we were fully in line with the ambitions that led to the initiation of the project. So again, portability, transparency, interoperability. We are fully committed to deliver products in line with those issues. And the fact that we focus on our business immediate priorities on our side doesn't mean that typically we will not comply with Gaia-X labels when they will get settled. So we really don't feel alone, but we need to focus on the growth on the real economy. Otherwise, in 10 years from now, or even in 5 years from now, you may not see me anymore at this front table.
Yeah. Yes. So the hearing at the Parliament was extremely useful because, first of all, it was the first hearing by the MEPs. It was fully packed, so there was more than 100 people. And I don't think, to be honest, the right summary is that there was confusion. I had some very precise questions. As usual, I have questions around some of the news that circulate on the press. One of that is Scaleway taking their decision. Freedom of choice is part of Gaia-X, so we are absolutely agreeing with that. Other questions were around the fact we onboard non-European members in our association, and other questions were about the strategy. So how can we make it, like the questions of today? So, and I think it was extremely useful. I received kind of 20 questions, and given the time of those type of hearings was quite difficult, but I think I managed to give a lot of information. When it gets to the alignment between the European Commission, I wanted to comment on what Witte said before. And I'm really glad that the approach is not to overrule, because we have understood that overruling, like the GDPR, basically introduced a roadblock in innovation. Because when we introduced the GDPR, as a matter of fact, it was when we realized that data was important. And at that point in time, we introduced something that tells us what we cannot do with data. But now we desperately needed something that tells us what we can do with data and how to exploit them. And the right way to do it is to give clear guidance, like we need interoperability. This is a strong statement that I'm expecting coming.
And you need to avoid commercial practices hampering interoperability beyond technical requirements. That's also the added value of Data Act for us.
But if you give this guidance, I'm sure that the market is capable to ride the opportunity. In other words, there is many players, in particular in Europe, that are capable to provide interoperability because they do not have a conflict of interest with that. They do not have to protect, let me say, proprietary technologies. And therefore, once the rule is there, the interpretation of the rule can be taken by the market. The market has to lead, and to create a disruption, this is what has to happen. So the European Alliance, I think you referred to the European Alliance for Industrial Data Edge and Cloud, is that one, yeah? First of all, that's an initiative of the European Commission. We, as Gaia-X, are not, strictly speaking, part of it, but there is no conflict at all. And actually, even from the beginning, which was back in October last year, there was discussions around it, and there was a clear alignment, for example, in one of the objectives of this alliance, which is creating a cloud rulebook, and the work we are doing at Gaia-X. So even with a loosely coupling, because we are not a European Commission agency or stuff like that, there is a strong coupling and there is a strong commitment by the European Commission to leverage and reuse what we are doing. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to restart from scratch. So I think I can say that we are fully aligned, even though we are separate organizations.
Maybe, yeah, Marco, if
Yes.
you...
Thank you. There is a strong commitment from the member states too, as you can imagine. I would like to chime in on one thing, and this is, I don't think that it's a conflict of nations. I think it's more a point of view. Either you are thinking globally or you're thinking European. And the thing is, what Gaia-X tries to do in the first, tried to do from the first second on was having a European perspective on global things. And if you have a European perspective on the cloud market and you stop at that point, then you think, oh yeah, Europe has a lot of customers and I want them to use and to buy my product, so it would actually help me to have a level playing field in Europe, which means to copy bad regulation and legislation from other countries, so there is maybe a Buy European Act. But this is bad regulation, and it's not working globally, because it doesn't make your companies competitive, it makes them actually worse. What you need is to see, look, in Europe there's a lot of potential. There's things hindering us, like lock-in effects. There's things hindering us, like there is an ocean and we are trying to compete with a pool. And there is things hindering us, like public procurement, that is actually buying the things that work instead of the things that might be working in 3 years. I'll get back to that. And what Gaia-X thought was, if we want to compete, the things and the solutions and the applications and the services that come out of Gaia-X, they need to be competitive and not just European. Because in the end, it's a buyer's market here. The second thing is, if we want to be competitive, it needs to work global, because companies like Siemens, for example, or Bosch, or Airbus, they are global companies. They cannot just afford buying solutions that build a wall around Europe. And the third thing is public procurement. The goal that Gaia-X tries to achieve, and we are helping with that, is, or should try to achieve, is not to replace each and every product in the world with a Gaia-X product. It should be being in the position to actually compete around about public procurement. And this is something we are doing in Germany, where we have established a path that Gaia-X is able to show what it's worth and how it's working, and that it is working, and just be open-minded for European solutions. But as of now, don't get me wrong, I don't see a solution that is able to scale like 2.5 million of civil war servants in Germany on the same platform with the same reliability that American solutions do have right now. So it needs time. We are giving it the time.
Thank you. And maybe, yeah? We'll come back to the public procurement part again, I think, but Witte, I would like to hear from you how you see the relationship between the Cloud Alliance and Gaia one more time.
Yeah, thank you very much. First, I would really like to support what Marco was just saying. When I said, the European revolution of cloud will be a revolution of cloud federation, it means that you build on the intrinsic strengths that the European industry has, that we have to leapfrog technologically, and that then we can build solutions that actually add value to the market internationally. Indeed, federation should work, and it's a long-term project. And this is also the goal of the European Alliance for Industrial Data, Edge and Cloud, because if you want to make an actual effort on the market, which is, let's say, dispersed over 27 member states, it means you need a whole deal of coordination to make sure that businesses, public authorities that invest, for example, with the funds coming from the Corona Recovery Fund, that we invest in the right technologies, but also that we invest in a concerted and coordinated way, so that we develop together the compass of where we want to go in the short term, the medium term, and the long term. Because indeed, we can only compete with competitive services that actually add value. And we think that will be those opportunities at the edge of the network and in terms of highly tailored software services. Now, getting to your question on how does Gaia-X relate to the European Alliance, there is no formal relationship. The European Commission has no formal relationship whatsoever with Gaia X, but we are monitoring Gaia X with interest, and specifically, what will come out potentially of work that Gaia X is currently doing, and then we can see whether, for example, standards developed by Gaia X could find a way into the EU Cloud Rulebook, but that will be on the basis of an objective procedure that won't be any different for Gaia X standards than for any other standards on the market. But one final remark I think is important. We do not aim to reinvent the wheel in terms of interoperability standards. So the full, let's say, synergies and complementarity is really in the interest of everyone between the work that Gaia X is doing and other European initiatives. Thanks.
Thank you so much. As with nearly all panels with such extraordinary panelists and on such an important topics, we've run out of time before I got to ask all my questions. So I guess we'll just stay here for another 2 hours if that's okay with you. No, we won't be doing that, but we'll continue the dialogue, because if you all allow me to trying to conclude what you've all said in the past hour, I think we all agree that to strengthen competitiveness in the cloud market, we need a multifaceted approach. It won't be one solution for everything. That won't work. We need challenges of the opinions and of the projects that are in the market. And there are some mechanisms that will hopefully transform the push that we are doing now with Gaia and with players such as Scaleway, with the regulation from the Commission, to a pull from the market, to a real pull from the market. So everything we are developing here in Europe will come into full force and make us more competitive in the next 5 years. I think we all learned a lot. I have to convey my thanks to all 3 of you, to Witte in Brussels. I hope we can continue the dialogue another time and in more depth. Maybe we'll take 5 hours then, but for now, thank you, have a great evening, and I give it back to Pencho.
But first, so the time has come. 3 days of digital competitiveness, 3 days of great keynotes and discussions during the European Data Summit. We at the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation are so grateful for all the ideas and keynotes and discussions during all these 3 days. And especially we are so grateful for trying to bring your ideas and to really improve the current proposals of the European Commission, which are on the table. And actually we are doing exactly that. We're trying to support the work of the European Commission through this summit. My special thanks to Nikolaos and Ioana from the representation of the European Commission in Berlin. My special thanks to our media team. Don't want to forget someone, but just want to mention Magdalena, Jule, Jeanette, Jana, and my colleagues Christoph, Tobias, Lucas for all the support in various form. Hope to meet you all again soon in the near future. Many thanks. Goodbye. Thank you so much. It was perfect. You could speak 2 more hours, I'm sure.